A billion years ago, Earth was almost unrecognizable. There were no trees, no animals, and no life on land, just endless oceans and barren continents. The sky may have looked hazy, and oxygen was scarce. Supercontinents rose and broke apart, reshaping the world's surface again and again. Scientists once thought they had a clear picture of this ancient planet, but new research is revealing a far stranger story. Clues locked in ancient rocks, deep beneath the ground, are showing signs of dramatic changes in climate, volcanic activity, and even early life. With new technology, geologists can now peer back further in time than ever before. What they're uncovering doesn't just fill in the blanks, it challenges what we thought we knew. How did life survive in such harsh conditions? What forces shaped the continents we know today? And was Earth always destined to become the planet we live on now? This is a journey back 1 billion years, to a time when our planet was just starting to become itself. Imagine, for a moment, trying to grasp a timescale so immense that our human history, stretching back mere thousands of years, appears as but a blink, a fleeting shimmer in an unfathomable expanse. We're talking about 1 billion years, a number so vast it practically defies comprehension. Our journey begins not just 1 billion years ago, but with a foundational understanding of Earth's own incredibly long story, a narrative that unfurls over approximately 4.5 billion years since its fiery birth from the swirling cosmic dust and gas. It's a story written in rock, in ice, in the very air we breathe, and in the silent, enduring testament of life itself. When we talk about 1 billion years ago, we are diving deep into what geologists call the Proterozoic Eon, a colossal stretch of time that followed the chaotic Hadean and the formative Archean eons. If Earth's entire history were compressed into a single 24-hour day, its formation would be at midnight, and 1 billion years ago would roughly coincide with the late afternoon, around 5 or 6 o'clock. It's a period incredibly ancient by any human standard, yet still relatively late in Earth's overall development, long after the initial bombardment of asteroids had largely subsided, and after the first incredibly rudimentary forms of life had already begun their slow, painstaking ascent. The planet had begun to settle into a more predictable rhythm, yet it was still a world profoundly alien to anything we would recognize today. To truly appreciate what Earth looked like 1 billion years ago, we must first wrap our minds around the sheer scale of geological time. Our solar system, including our humble planet, coalesced from a vast molecular cloud roughly 4.54 billion years ago. The early Earth was a hellish crucible, molten and constantly reshaped by volcanic fury and cataclysmic impacts, a period known as the Hadean Eon, stretching from the planet's formation until about 4 billion years ago. There was no solid crust, no oceans, just a relentless, glowing inferno. As this primordial world slowly cooled, a solid crust began to form, and water vapor, expelled from volcanic eruptions, condensed to form the first oceans. This ushered in the Archean Ion, from 4 billion to 2.5 billion years ago, a time when the earliest single-celled life forms, simple prokaryotes, first emerged in the primordial soups and deep-sea hydrothermal vents. These microscopic pioneers were the sole inhabitants for an incredibly long stretch, tirelessly transforming the planet in ways we are only now beginning to fully appreciate. The Proterozoic Eon, our target period, began around 2.5 billion years ago and lasted until about 541 million years ago. It was a time of profound change, a slow, deliberate transformation that laid the groundwork for the explosion of complex life that would follow. 1 billion years ago falls squarely within this eon, a time often referred to by geologists as the boring billion, a playful but somewhat misleading term for a period that saw relatively stable tectonic activity, a generally warmer global climate, and a very gradual increase in atmospheric oxygen. However, it was far from truly boring. It was a crucial era of quiet preparation. During this ancient time, the continents, though not yet resembling their modern configurations, were slowly but surely assembling themselves into a vast supercontinent known as Rodinia. Imagine a colossal landmass stretching across a significant portion of the globe, a barren, rocky expanse that would have been largely devoid of any complex life. There were no trees, no grasses, no flowering plants to speak of. The land was a desolate canvas of exposed rock, subject to relentless weathering. Rain, when it fell, would have run off in sheets, carving riverbeds and eroding the ancient mountains, carrying sediments into vast, shallow inland seas. The concept of weather, as we know it, with distinct seasons and varying temperatures, was likely very different. The atmosphere was still evolving, though oxygen levels were slowly creeping upwards, thanks to the tireless work of photosynthesizing bacteria, the true unsung heroes of Earth's early history. These microscopic organisms, like cyanobacteria, were busily converting sunlight and carbon dioxide into energy, releasing oxygen as a byproduct. This slow accumulation of oxygen, a process called the Great Oxidation Event, had already begun much earlier in the Proterozoic, profoundly altering the planet's chemistry and setting the stage for the evolution of more complex, oxygen-breathing life forms. The oceans, however, were where the real action was. They were teeming, not with fish or whales, but with vast mats of microbial life. Imagine shallow, sunlit waters dominated by stromatolites, layered structures built by colonies of cyanobacteria resembling dome-shaped or columnar rocks. These were the equivalent of our coral reefs today, silent architects of the planet's future. Below the surface, a multitude of single-celled organisms, both prokaryotes and the newly emerging eukaryotes, swam and drifted. Eukaryotes, with their more complex cellular structures, including a nucleus, were a monumental evolutionary leap, though they were still unicellular. This was a world of microscopic beings, where the grand dramas of life played out on a cellular level, unseen and unheard by any macro-scale observer. The land, in contrast to the bustling microbial oceans, was largely lifeless. Any life that existed on land was confined to microscopic films of bacteria and archaea, clinging to damp rock surfaces. There were no animals to graze, no insects to buzz, no fungi forming networks beneath the soil. The concept of soil itself, as we understand it today, was likely rudimentary at best, consisting primarily of weathered rock particles, rather than the rich, organic-laden substrate that supports our modern ecosystems. The dominant colors of the landscape would have been shades of gray, brown, and reddish hues from exposed iron-rich rocks, reacting with the slowly increasing oxygen in the atmosphere, a process known as rusting. The climate during this period was generally thought to be warm, with occasional global glaciations, or snowball Earth events, occurring both before and after the 1 billion year mark. These events, where the entire planet became encased in ice, were dramatic episodes of climate instability that had profound impacts on the course of evolution. However, 1 billion years ago itself was likely a period of relative warmth, a long stretch of time without the extreme swings that characterized other parts of the Proterozoic. This stability, combined with the rising oxygen levels, created a crucible for evolutionary experimentation, even if the results were still primarily microscopic. The geological processes that shape our planet today, plate tectonics, volcanism, erosion, and deposition, were all active 1 billion years ago, albeit operating over different timescales and with different continental configurations. Mountains were rising and eroding, continents were drifting and colliding, ocean basins were opening and closing. The interior of the Earth was still churning, driving these vast movements of the crust. The magnetic field, so crucial for protecting life from harmful solar radiation, was also present, though its strength and configuration might have differed from today. This was a dynamic planet, constantly in flux, its surface slowly but inexorably being reshaped by the immense forces of its interior. Understanding Earth 1 billion years ago is not merely an academic exercise. It's essential for comprehending the trajectory of life and the planet's long-term habitability. It was a time when the foundational building blocks of our world, the atmosphere, the oceans, and the continents, were taking shape, and when the most fundamental evolutionary innovations were occurring. It was a world without complex life, a world of silent, vast landscapes and teeming, microscopic seas, a profound testament to the slow, patient, and incredibly powerful forces of geological and biological change that have defined our planet's extraordinary journey through the cosmos. To truly appreciate the world we inhabit today, with its breathtaking biodiversity and complex ecosystems, we must first journey back to this distant past, to a time when the Earth was truly a world in its infancy, a canvas awaiting the masterpieces of evolution yet to come. The vastness of this time is humbling, reminding us that we are but a momentary presence in a story that has unfolded over billions of years, a story that continues to be written with every passing moment. Unraveling the mysteries of Earth's deep past, particularly a period as ancient as 1 billion years ago, might seem like an impossible feat. After all, there were no cameras, no historians, no written records to consult. Yet, thanks to the tireless work of generations of scientists, geologists, paleontologists, geochemists, and geochronologists, we possess a remarkably detailed, though admittedly incomplete, picture of what our planet was like during that distant epoch. The scientific detective work involved is nothing short of extraordinary, relying on a clever combination of direct evidence preserved within the Earth itself and sophisticated analytical techniques. The primary tools in this endeavor are geologic evidence, the sparse yet profound fossil records, and the incredibly precise methods of radiometric dating and isotopic analysis. Let's start with the bedrock of our understanding: geologic evidence. The Earth's crust is a vast, layered archive, a monumental library where each rock formation, each stratum, each mineral grain tells a part of the planet's story. Geologists are essentially time travelers, reading these silent pages. When we look at a rock outcrop, we are often seeing a snapshot of past environments and geological processes. For example, the presence of ancient sedimentary rocks, like sandstones or shales, can indicate the presence of ancient seas or rivers. The type of sediment can even tell us about the energy of the water: coarse sandstones suggesting strong currents, fine shales indicating calm, deep waters. Within these sediments, features like ripple marks or mud cracks can provide clues about ancient shorelines or tidal flats. One of the most powerful concepts in geology is the principle of uniformitarianism, often summarized as "the present is the key to the past." This idea suggests that the same geological processes we observe today, erosion, deposition, volcanism, plate tectonics, have been operating throughout Earth's history, albeit sometimes with different intensities or configurations. By understanding how these processes shape the Earth now, we can infer how they shaped it billions of years ago. For instance, the presence of ancient volcanic rocks tells us about past volcanic activity. The composition of these rocks can even reveal information about the source of the magma and the tectonic setting, whether it was a subduction zone, a rift valley, or a hotspot. Plate tectonics, the grand orchestrator of Earth's surface, is a prime example of how modern understanding illuminates the past. By studying the current movement of continents and the distribution of mountain ranges, ocean basins, and fault lines, geologists can reconstruct past continental configurations. Evidence for ancient supercontinents like Rodinia, which existed 1 billion years ago, comes from matching geological features, similar rock types, mountain belts, and glacial deposits, on continents that are now widely separated. For instance, geologists can identify ancient mountain ranges that formed when segments of Rodinia collided, and these mountain belts, now eroded, can be traced across continents that were once joined. The orientation of magnetic minerals locked within ancient rocks, aligned with Earth's magnetic field at the time of their formation, also provides crucial data about the paleolatitude and orientation of continental blocks. By piecing together these magnetic fingerprints from rocks of different ages, scientists can reconstruct the wanderings of continents over vast timescales. Mineral compositions within rocks are also invaluable clues. For example, certain minerals only form under specific pressure and temperature conditions, providing insights into the depth at which rocks formed and the tectonic forces at play. The presence of banded iron formations, BIFs, distinctively layered rocks of iron oxides and chert, dating from the Archean and early Proterozoic eons, is a key piece of evidence for the Great Oxidation Event. These formations indicate a time when dissolved iron was abundant in anoxic oceans, and then precipitated out as oxygen levels slowly increased, leading to the deposition of these characteristic iron-rich layers. Their decreasing prevalence, after about 1.8 billion years ago, suggests that the oceans had become more oxygenated, with less dissolved iron available to form these deposits. Moving on to fossil records, it's important to set expectations. 1 billion years ago was a time dominated by microscopic life. There were no dinosaurs, no fish, no complex animals or plants. Therefore, the fossil record for this period is not a story of giant skeletons and intricate impressions. Instead, it's a testament to the earliest, most fundamental forms of life, microbes. The most iconic and significant fossils from this era are stromatolites. As mentioned earlier, these are layered, dome-shaped or columnar structures built by the successive growth of microbial mats, primarily cyanobacteria, which precipitate calcium carbonate from seawater. Stromatolites are a direct physical manifestation of ancient life, providing concrete evidence of widespread microbial activity in shallow marine environments. Their presence tells us about the conditions of the ancient oceans, their chemistry, depth, and sunlight availability. While stromatolites are still found in a few places today, their abundance 1 billion years ago indicates a vastly different biological landscape, where microbial mats were the dominant architects of sedimentary structures. Beyond stromatolites, the fossil record from this period also includes microfossils, the preserved remains of individual single-celled organisms. These might be the fossilized cells of bacteria or early eukaryotes, sometimes found within chert, a fine-grained sedimentary rock. Studying the morphology of these microfossils can provide clues about the diversity and evolution of early life forms. While challenging to interpret and often requiring advanced microscopic techniques, these tiny remnants offer a direct glimpse into the cellular world of 1 billion years ago. They tell us that early life was diverse, even at the microscopic level, and that the crucial evolutionary step towards eukaryotes, cells with internal membranes and a nucleus, had already occurred. However, the lack of abundant and complex fossil remains means that the story of life 1 billion years ago is primarily inferred from geochemical proxies and the environments that would have supported such microbial life. Finally, and perhaps most crucially for establishing a precise timeline for these ancient events, we turn to radiometric dating and isotopes. This is where physics meets geology, providing an absolute chronological framework for Earth's history. The fundamental principle behind radiometric dating is the predictable and constant decay of radioactive isotopes. Certain unstable isotopes of elements, like uranium-238 or potassium-40, decay into stable, daughter isotopes over time at a known and constant rate, unaffected by temperature, pressure, or chemical environment. This rate is expressed as a half-life, the time it takes for half of the parent isotopes in a sample to decay into daughter isotopes. For example, the uranium lead dating system is incredibly important for dating very old rocks. Uranium-238 decays to lead-206 with a half-life of approximately 4.468 billion years. By precisely measuring the ratio of parent uranium-238 to daughter lead-206 in a mineral like zircon, which incorporates uranium but not lead into its crystal structure upon formation, scientists can calculate the age of the mineral. Zircon crystals are incredibly durable and can survive through multiple cycles of erosion and deposition, acting as tiny, indestructible clocks within rocks. By dating zircon crystals in igneous rocks, formed from molten magma, that cut through or are interbedded with sedimentary sequences, geologists can establish the age of the sedimentary layers above and below, thus bracketing the time of their formation. Potassium-argon dating, and its more precise variant, argon-argon dating, also plays a significant role, especially for dating volcanic rocks. Potassium-40 decays to argon-40 with a half-life of 1.248 billion years. When volcanic rocks cool and solidify, any argon-40 gas trapped within the molten material escapes. As the rock cools, potassium-40 within minerals like feldspar or mica begins to decay, and the argon-40 produced is trapped within the crystal lattice. By measuring the ratio of potassium-40 to argon-40, scientists can determine the age of the volcanic eruption. These absolute dates are the linchpin that allows us to connect the relative chronology derived from stratigraphic principles to a precise numerical timeline. It's how we know that the Proterozoic eon began 2.5 billion years ago, and that 1 billion years ago is indeed a very real point in time, not just a theoretical construct. Beyond simply dating rocks, isotopic analysis also provides crucial information about ancient environments and Earth systems. Stable isotopes, which do not undergo radioactive decay but have different numbers of neutrons, can fractionate, separate, based on physical, chemical, or biological processes. For instance, the ratios of oxygen isotopes, oxygen-16 and oxygen-18, in ancient marine sediments can indicate past ocean temperatures and the extent of glacial ice. During periods of glaciation, the lighter oxygen-16 isotope is preferentially locked up in glacial ice, leaving the oceans enriched in the heavier oxygen-18, a signal that is preserved in the shells of marine organisms or in marine carbonates. Similarly, the ratios of carbon isotopes, carbon-12 and carbon-13, can provide insights into the history of life and atmospheric carbon dioxide levels. Photosynthesis preferentially takes up carbon-12. Therefore, if there is a lot of organic carbon being buried in sediments, the remaining inorganic carbon in the atmosphere and oceans will become enriched in carbon-13. Anomalies in carbon isotope ratios found in rocks from the Proterozoic, for example, have been linked to major shifts in the carbon cycle and potentially to episodes of extreme global glaciation. The study of sulfur isotopes can shed light on ancient atmospheric oxygen levels and the activity of sulfate-reducing bacteria. Nitrogen isotopes can give clues about ancient nitrogen cycling, and even iron isotopes are being used to understand the redox state of ancient oceans. By carefully analyzing these subtle variations in isotopic ratios locked within ancient rocks, scientists can reconstruct the chemistry of the ancient oceans, the composition of the atmosphere, and the metabolic pathways of ancient life. In essence, understanding what Earth looked like 1 billion years ago is like assembling a giant, multi-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. Geologic evidence provides the big picture, the arrangement of continents, the presence of ancient mountain ranges, the types of environments that existed. Fossil records, though sparse for this period, provide direct glimpses of the life forms that inhabited these environments, and radiometric dating, with its precise isotopic measurements, provides the numerical framework, the absolute dates that allow us to confidently place these pieces of the puzzle into a coherent timeline. It's a testament to human ingenuity and the enduring power of scientific inquiry that we can reach back across such an unimaginable expanse of time and begin to visualize a world so profoundly different, yet fundamentally connected to the one we inhabit today. Imagine gazing upon the Earth 1 billion years ago, a time so far removed from our present reality that it feels like science fiction. The familiar map of continents would be utterly unrecognizable, a jigsaw puzzle scrambled and reassembled in ways that defy our modern understanding. This ancient Earth was dominated by a concept that is central to understanding our planet's deep past, the supercontinent. At its core, a supercontinent is exactly what it sounds like, an exceptionally massive land mass formed by the collision and accretion of multiple continental blocks and fragments. Think of it as the ultimate act of geological convergence, where various pieces of the Earth's lighter, buoyant crust slowly but inexorably drift across the mantle and eventually crash into one another. These collisions aren't gentle nudges. They are titanic events that crumple vast swathes of crust, giving rise to immense mountain ranges, reshaping ocean basins, and profoundly influencing global climate and biological evolution. The formation and breakup of supercontinents are not random occurrences, but rather part of a grand, cyclical process known as the Wilson cycle. This cycle describes the opening and closing of ocean basins, driven by the relentless churn of plate tectonics. It begins with a continental rift, where a landmass begins to stretch and tear apart, eventually forming a new ocean basin. Over tens of millions of years, this ocean widens as new oceanic crust is generated at mid-ocean ridges. Eventually, the oceanic crust, denser and colder than the surrounding mantle, begins to subduct back into the Earth's interior along ocean trenches. As the ocean basin shrinks, the continents on either side draw closer until they finally collide, forming a supercontinent. This process then repeats as the newly formed supercontinent, acting as a giant thermal blanket, traps heat beneath it, leading to its eventual rifting and the start of a new cycle. This ongoing dance of continents, driven by the slow, powerful currents of the Earth's mantle, has been shaping our planet for billions of years, orchestrating the formation and destruction of supercontinents throughout geological history. Around 1 billion years ago, the Earth was in a fascinating transitional phase, witnessing the tail end of one supercontinent's influence and the nascent stages of another's assembly. The prominent supercontinent of the Proterozoic eon, particularly during the Paleoproterozoic and Mesoproterozoic eras, is often referred to by two closely related names, Columbia or Nuna. While sometimes used interchangeably, Nuna is more commonly used for the older, more fully assembled supercontinent that existed from roughly 2 billion to 1.8 billion years ago, and Columbia sometimes refers to a later configuration or even just the general concept of the supercontinent during this broad time frame. For our purposes, let's consider Nuna as the dominant supercontinent whose breakup was well underway or completed by 1 billion years ago, setting the stage for what came next. Nuna was truly enormous, encompassing nearly all of Earth's continental crust at the time. Imagine the immense landmass formed by the collision of ancient continental blocks and cratons that are now parts of our modern continents. For instance, what is now eastern North America, the ancient Craton of Laurentia, was joined to what is now the Baltic Shield, part of Baltica, encompassing Scandinavia and parts of Eastern Europe, Siberia, and various fragments that would eventually become parts of South America, like Amazonia, Africa, the West African Craton, Australia, Antarctica, and even smaller pieces that would eventually form parts of China and India. The assembly of Nuna, occurring over a period of hundreds of millions of years, was a testament to the sheer power of plate tectonics. These ancient landmasses, driven by the slow but relentless movement of the Earth's mantle, converged through massive collision events known as orogenies. These were not isolated incidents, but rather a series of protracted, mountain-building episodes that welded disparate continental fragments together. Evidence for these colossal collisions can be found in the ancient mountain belts, now deeply eroded, that crisscross the continents today. For example, the Trans-Hudson Orogen in North America, a vast belt of deformed rocks and ancient mountain roots, represents the suture zone where several microcontinents collided to form part of Laurentia, which then became a key component of Nuna. The formation of Nuna resulted in a vast, relatively stable continental interior, characterized by extensive, shallow seas and epicontinental basins, where sediments accumulated over vast periods. The climate at this time was likely influenced by the immense landmass, with potentially more extreme temperature variations between the interior and coastal regions and modified ocean circulation patterns. By 1 billion years ago, Nuna was already a relic of the past. Its reign as a cohesive supercontinent had largely come to an end, likely due to the accumulation of heat beneath its vast expanse. The very process that assembled it, the relentless churn of the Earth's interior, also contained the seeds of its demise. As supercontinents insulate the mantle beneath them, heat builds up, leading to mantle plumes and eventually widespread rifting. Imagine cracks appearing across the surface of this colossal landmass, gradually widening as magma rises from below, creating new ocean basins and sending the once unified continental fragments drifting apart. This breakup wasn't instantaneous. It was a slow, drawn-out process that unfolded over tens of millions of years, marked by episodes of extensive volcanism and the formation of graben systems. Down-dropped blocks of crust bounded by faults. The rifting of Nuna was a pivotal moment, marking the beginning of a new chapter in Earth's geological story and setting the stage for the next supercontinent to form. The early movements of these land masses, driven by plate tectonics, were fundamentally similar to the processes we observe today, yet with some nuances that are still debated by geologists. The Earth's heat engine, fueled by radioactive decay within its core and mantle, drives convection currents that cause the tectonic plates, the rigid outer layer of the Earth, comprising the crust and uppermost mantle, to move. These plates can move in several ways, diverging, where they pull apart at mid-ocean ridges, creating new crust, converging where they collide, leading to subduction, one plate sliding beneath another, or continental collision, and transforming, where they slide past each other horizontally along strike-slip faults. Around 1 billion years ago, these fundamental mechanisms were certainly in play. The breakup of Nuna involved widespread rifting, indicative of divergent plate boundaries forming within the supercontinent. As the pieces drifted apart, new ocean basins, akin to our modern Atlantic, began to open up. Simultaneously, elsewhere on the globe, other land masses were likely converging, leading to the subduction of oceanic crust and the eventual collision of continental fragments. The precise speed and nature of plate tectonics 1 billion years ago compared to today are subjects of ongoing scientific inquiry. Some models suggest that early Earth's mantle was hotter, potentially leading to faster plate movements and more vigorous convection. Others argue that the presence of thick, buoyant continental crust could have influenced plate dynamics in complex ways. However, what is clear is that the Earth was a geologically active planet, with a dynamic surface constantly being reshaped by these powerful forces. The breakup of Nuna involved the movement of several large continental blocks. Laurentia, the ancient core of North America, was one such significant piece. Baltica, comprising parts of Europe, drifted away. Other large cratons like Siberia, Amazonia, and parts of Africa and Australia also embarked on their independent journeys. These movements were not aimless wandering. They were directed by the underlying mantle convection, which effectively herded these continental fragments towards new collision zones. The geological evidence for these ancient movements is preserved in the rock record through a variety of techniques. Paleomagnetism, the study of the Earth's ancient magnetic field recorded in rocks, allows geologists to determine the ancient latitude and orientation of continental blocks. By analyzing the magnetic signature of rocks of a certain age from different continents, scientists can reconstruct their past positions relative to the Earth's magnetic poles, effectively tracing their journeys across the globe. Furthermore, the distribution of ancient mountain belts, orogenic belts, often characterized by intensely deformed and metamorphosed rocks, provides direct evidence of where continental collisions occurred. The presence of unique rock types, shared sedimentary sequences, and even ancient fossil distributions, though less relevant for 1 billion years ago due to the limited complexity of life, can also help correlate land masses and reconstruct their past contiguity. As the pieces of Nuna dispersed, they began a long, circuitous journey that would eventually lead to the formation of the next great supercontinent, Rodinia. While Rodinia's full assembly wouldn't be complete for another couple of 100 million years after our 1 billion years ago mark, the initial movements and collisions that would form it were already in motion. Laurentia, for example, played a central role in Rodinia's formation, acting as a nucleus around which other continental blocks accreted. The oceans that opened up during Nuna's breakup were destined to close as the plates reversed course, driven by subduction, bringing continents back together. This period, around 1 billion years ago, was therefore a time of significant continental reorganization. It was a period of geological restlessness, where vast tracts of land were in motion, driven by the silent but immense power of the Earth's internal heat. Understanding this ancient tectonic dance is crucial for comprehending the subsequent evolution of Earth's climate, the distribution of ancient life, and the very bedrock upon which our modern world is built. The supercontinent cycle is not just a theoretical concept, it is the grand narrative of our planet's ever-changing surface, a story of immense forces, unimaginable timescales, and the relentless reshaping of a world that has seen countless transformations long before humans ever graced its surface. The Earth at 1 billion years ago was a world in transition, a planet actively engaged in the colossal work of rearranging its continents, laying the groundwork for the geological dramas that would unfold over the eons to come. Peering back through 1 billion years of time is like looking at a ghost of our present world. The Earth's continents, as we know them today, the distinctive outlines of Africa, the long stretch of South America, the island continent of Australia, simply did not exist. Instead, the land masses of 1 billion years ago presented a vastly different configuration, a testament to the ceaseless, slow-motion ballet of plate tectonics. At this point in Earth's deep history, the supercontinent Nuna, or Columbia, had largely fragmented, or was in the process of doing so, and its pieces were embarked on a long, meandering journey that would eventually lead to the assembly of the next supercontinent, Rodinia, many millions of years later. So, the general layout of Earth's land was not one monolithic supercontinent, but rather a collection of large, independent continental blocks and numerous smaller microcontinents, separated by vast, newly forming, and some already shrinking, ocean basins. Imagine a world where the land was concentrated into several major blocks, distinct from each other, and moving independently across the globe. One of the most significant of these landmasses was Laurentia, which forms the ancient core of what is now North America, including Greenland and parts of Scotland. This massive craton was already an ancient entity, having undergone several previous mountain-building events and having been part of earlier supercontinents. It was a robust, stable piece of continental crust, now detached from its previous connections within Nuna. Another major player was Baltica, the ancient landmass that would eventually become Scandinavia, parts of Eastern Europe, and Western Russia. Siberia, a vast craton in what is now Northern Asia, was also a distinct entity. These were not neatly shaped islands, but rather immense, irregularly shaped landmasses, each with its own complex geological history. Besides these major players, there were numerous other continental fragments, smaller cratons, and volcanic island arcs that were also in motion, like pieces on a giant, slow-moving conveyor belt. Some of these smaller pieces were remnants of Nuna's breakup, while others were nascent continental fragments forming in response to ongoing subduction and volcanic activity. The oceans that separated these landmasses were not the familiar Atlantic or Pacific. They were ancient proto-oceans, vast bodies of water whose names are lost to time, but whose existence is recorded in the geological sutures where they eventually closed up. These ocean basins were actively undergoing seafloor spreading in some areas, while in others, oceanic crust was being consumed back into the mantle along subduction zones, pulling the continents closer together. The coastal environments of these ancient landmasses would have presented a starkly different picture from today. Without the familiar continental outlines, the shorelines would have been rugged, varied, and perhaps somewhat monotonous in their vastness, lacking the intricate bays, gulfs, and archipelagos that characterize many modern coastlines. Imagine immense stretches of coastline where ancient rivers flowed, carving out valleys and depositing vast quantities of sediment onto newly formed continental shelves. These shelves, though likely less extensive than some of our modern ones, would have been the nursery grounds for early, simple life forms, as the shallow, sunlit waters provided ideal conditions for microbial mats and early eukaryotic organisms. Beyond the continental shelves, the deep ocean basins would have stretched for thousands of kilometers, their abyssal plains punctuated by mid-ocean ridges where new crust was born and volcanic seamounts rising from the depths. The shorelines themselves would have been subjected to intense erosion from waves and tides, shaping dramatic cliffs in some areas and vast sandy or muddy flats in others, depending on the local geology and topography. The appearance of the continental crust itself 1 billion years ago would have been both familiar and foreign. The fundamental building blocks of continental crust, the ancient cratons, were certainly present and had been stable for billions of years in some cases. These cratons are typically composed of some of the oldest rocks on Earth, often granite and gneiss, which are tough, crystalline rocks that resist erosion. They represent the stable nuclei around which younger crust has accreted. However, around the margins of these cratons and along the suture zones where continents were colliding or pulling apart, the crust would have been much more dynamic. Extensive mountain ranges, the result of previous continental collisions, would have dotted the landscape, though their peaks would have been significantly eroded over the immense passage of time. These mountain ranges, similar in scale to the Himalayas or Andes today, would have been characterized by intense folding and faulting of rocks and the presence of igneous intrusions, magma that solidified beneath the surface, forming large bodies of granite and other crystalline rocks. The composition of the continental crust at this time was broadly similar to today's, dominated by granitic rocks, which are rich in silica and relatively light, allowing them to float high on the denser mantle. However, the process of crustal differentiation, the separation of lighter, more felsic material from the darker, more mafic material originating from the mantle, was an ongoing process. Volcanic activity, both along ancient subduction zones and associated with rifting, would have been a significant contributor to the growth of continental crust. Large igneous provinces, vast areas of erupted flood basalts and other volcanic rocks would have been a common feature during episodes of continental rifting and breakup. Imagine vast, ancient plains covered by layer upon layer of dark volcanic rock, slowly weathering and eroding over time. Erosion and sedimentation were, as they are today, powerful forces shaping the surface of these ancient landmasses. Rivers, fed by precipitation and runoff from upland areas, would have transported enormous volumes of sediment, sand, silt, and clay, from the eroding mountains and elevated regions to the low-lying coastal areas and shallow epicontinental seas. These sediments would have accumulated over vast periods, forming thick sequences of sedimentary rocks such as sandstones, shales, and limestones. These sedimentary basins, often hundreds or even thousands of meters thick, are invaluable archives of Earth's past environments, preserving clues about ancient climates, sea levels, and even the early forms of life that existed at the time. The color of these ancient landscapes would have been influenced by the prevalent rock types and the extent of vegetation. With very limited macroscopic plant life on land, the dominant colors would have been the reds, browns, and grays of exposed rock, soil, and sediment. perhaps with hints of green from widespread microbial mats in damp areas and shallow waters. Vast desert regions were likely prevalent in the interiors of the large continental blocks, where rainfall was scarce and the landscape was shaped by wind erosion, creating dunes and vast arid plains. In summary, the Earth of 1 billion years ago was a world of grand, unfamiliar proportions. The familiar shapes of our modern continents were nowhere to be seen. Instead, immense, ancient cratons, the building blocks of future land masses, were adrift, separated by vast oceans that have long since vanished. The continental crust, though fundamentally similar in composition, was actively being shaped by intense tectonic activity. Collisions building mountains, rifting tearing continents apart, and volcanic activity adding new material to the growing land masses. Erosion and sedimentation relentlessly worked to sculpt these features, depositing layers of rock that would one day become the bedrock of our present-day continents. It was a world dominated by geological forces on a scale almost unimaginable, a testament to the dynamic and ever-changing nature of our planet, long before the advent of complex life, and certainly long before the appearance of any living being capable of appreciating the vast, desolate beauty of its ancient landscapes. Imagine a world steeped in deep time, a time so far removed from our present reality that its landscapes and waterscapes would be almost unrecognizable. Picture Earth 1 billion years ago, a planet in the throes of monumental geological and biological change, yet still eons away from the complex ecosystems and familiar geographies we know today. Central to this ancient tableau were its oceans, immense bodies of water that covered the vast majority of the planet's surface. A primal womb where life, still largely microscopic, slowly but surely gained a foothold, quietly setting the stage for the grandeur that was to come. Understanding these primitive oceans requires us to shed our modern preconceptions and immerse ourselves in a watery world sculpted by forces far different from those shaping our contemporary seas. The sheer scale of these primitive oceans was staggering, perhaps even more expansive in their relative coverage than today. While it's challenging to pin down precise percentages of land versus water, it's generally understood that Earth, 1 billion years ago, sitting firmly in the Neoproterozoic era, was a water world to an even greater extent than it is now. The continental land masses, then coalescing into the supercontinent Rodinia, were still relatively few and perhaps not as extensively emerged above sea level as our modern continents. This meant that the global ocean was truly a singular, interconnected entity, perhaps with vast, relatively shallow epicontinental seas extending far over the margins of the supercontinent, but also harboring truly abyssal depths in its larger basins. The absence of numerous smaller, fragmented continents, as we see today, meant there were fewer distinct ocean basins, but rather a more unified and continuous water body that wrapped around the massive landmass of Rodinia. This single, colossal ocean would have dominated the planet's face, its currents sweeping uninterrupted across vast stretches, carrying warmth, nutrients, and the nascent forms of life from one pole to another, albeit at a pace dictated by the then different planetary rotation and continental configuration. The total volume of water was likely comparable to today, as the planet's hydrosphere has been a relatively stable feature throughout much of Earth's history, with water primarily cycling between the oceans, atmosphere, and the crust. However, the distribution of that water and the shape of the basins it occupied would have been strikingly different. There would have been no Atlantic, Pacific, or Indian Ocean as we delineate them today. Those are products of tectonic plate movements that occurred much later, driven by the breakup of subsequent supercontinents. Instead, there was a vast, unnamed global ocean, perhaps informally referred to as the Merovia Ocean surrounding Rodinia, and potentially large internal seas or gulfs within the supercontinent itself. This lack of distinct, separate ocean basins meant global marine circulation would have been fundamentally different, influencing climate patterns and the distribution of life in ways we are still striving to fully comprehend. When we consider the depth of these ancient oceans, it's a complex picture. While the average depth of today's oceans is around 3.6 kilometers, or about 2.2 miles, the primitive oceans 1 billion years ago likely presented a varied topography. There would have been immense abyssal plains, much like those found in our modern oceans, reaching depths of several kilometers. These were the true deeps, vast, cold, and dark, perhaps even more desolate than today's deep sea due to lower oxygen levels and less complex life to sustain a food web. However, a significant portion of the ocean might have been composed of expansive, relatively shallow shelf seas that encroached far onto the continental margins. These epicontinental seas would have been the biologically vibrant zones, teeming with early microbial life, as they would have received more sunlight and nutrient input from the weathering of the exposed land masses. The tectonic processes at play 1 billion years ago were certainly active, with subduction zones devouring oceanic crust and mid-ocean ridges continuously generating new crust. But the geometry of these features and their impact on ocean depth distribution would have been different. The overall crustal thickness and density of the oceanic lithosphere would have influenced the maximum depths achievable. Without the detailed bathymetric maps we have of modern oceans, our understanding of the ancient seafloor topography is based on geological models and the limited rock record preserved from that era. However, it is reasonable to assume that the deepest trenches formed by the collision of tectonic plates and subduction would have been present, much as they are today, albeit in different locations. The very existence of these deep regions was critical. They served as immense reservoirs for water, regulating global sea levels and acting as thermal buffers, helping to moderate Earth's climate. The interplay between the slow, inexorable movements of the continental plates and the overlying water dictated the evolving shape of the ocean basins, creating a dynamic, ever-changing environment for the life that called it home. The composition of these primitive oceans was a far cry from the oceans we swim in today, not just in terms of dissolved salts, but in the very chemical makeup of the water. While the fundamental components, water molecules, were of course the same, the array and concentration of dissolved ions, gases, and minerals were distinct. One of the most significant differences was the much higher concentration of dissolved ferrous iron, Fe2+, in the deep ocean, giving it a characteristically anoxic or oxygen-poor state. This period, preceding the full oxygenation of the deep ocean, is often referred to as the Canfield Ocean phase, where sulfide was also a prominent species, making the deep water largely euxinic, both anoxic and sulfidic. This high iron content is evident in the geological record through the presence of banded iron formations, which were still being deposited in some locations at 1 billion years ago, though their peak deposition was much earlier. The shallow seas, particularly those close to the continents and photosynthetic organisms, would have seen more oxygenation, creating a stratification between the oxygenated surface waters and the anoxic, iron-rich deep waters. Silica, released from the weathering of silicate rocks on land and from hydrothermal vents, was also present in higher concentrations, as there were not yet widespread silica-secreting organisms like diatoms to remove it efficiently from the water column. Calcium and magnesium, the building blocks for carbonate rocks, were present, but the precise saturation states and their cycling were influenced by the then primitive marine biology and geological processes. The input of chemicals from hydrothermal vents along mid-ocean ridges would have been a significant contributor to the ocean's chemical soup, spewing out dissolved metals, sulfur compounds, and other elements crucial for early chemosynthetic life. The composition was a dynamic equilibrium, constantly being shaped by volcanic activity, continental weathering, the nascent metabolic processes of early life, and the slow but relentless cycling of water through the Earth's crust and atmosphere. Crucially, as mentioned before, there were no modern ocean basins. in the sense we understand them today. The Atlantic Ocean, for instance, is a relatively young feature, having begun to open with the breakup of the supercontinent Pangaea much later, starting around 200 million years ago. Similarly, the vast Pacific Ocean, while containing some of the oldest oceanic crust, is a remnant of a much larger, ancient Panthalassic Ocean, but its current configuration and surrounding land masses are products of more recent tectonic activity. 1 billion years ago, the supercontinent Rodinia dominated the planetary configuration. The ocean that surrounded Rodinia, often referred to as the Merovia Ocean, would have been a single, vast body of water. This means there were no distinct mid-ocean ridges forming the backbone of separate ocean basins as we know them, but rather a global system of spreading centers and subduction zones that dictated the overall bathymetry of the unified ocean. The processes of plate tectonics were active, but the geometry of these processes was different. The continental margins, where the land met the sea, would have been characterized by passive margins, active convergent margins, and transform faults, just as they are today. But their spatial arrangement around a single supercontinent would have created unique oceanic circulation patterns and sedimentary environments. The lack of numerous, widely separated continents meant that the ocean's vastness was largely uninterrupted by major land masses, leading to truly global current systems. These current systems, driven by planetary rotation and thermal gradients, would have played a critical role in distributing heat around the globe, influencing climate patterns and the transport of nutrients for the sparse but growing marine ecosystems. The deep ocean floor would have been a mosaic of basaltic oceanic crust of varying ages, constantly being generated at spreading centers and consumed at subduction zones, a testament to Earth's relentless internal dynamism. The salinity of these primitive oceans is a fascinating and much debated topic. While it's often assumed that ancient oceans were significantly less salty, the prevailing scientific consensus suggests that the overall salinity 1 billion years ago was probably quite similar to, or perhaps only slightly lower than, modern ocean salinity. The primary reason for this is that the major ions that contribute to salinity, such as sodium, chloride, magnesium, sulfate, and potassium, are derived from the weathering of continental rocks and from hydrothermal vents on the seafloor. These processes have been active for billions of years, constantly adding dissolved salts to the oceans. The removal mechanisms, such as the precipitation of evaporate minerals in restricted basins, the burial of pore water with sediments, and reactions with basalts at mid-ocean ridges, have also been at play for a very long time. While the specific concentrations of individual ions might have differed due to varying geological and biological processes, the total dissolved solids, which defines salinity, was likely in a comparable range. For instance, there might have been slightly higher concentrations of magnesium and lower concentrations of sulfate in some periods, but the overall salt content was regulated by the balance of inputs and outputs over geological timescales. The early marine cycles, therefore, were the fundamental drivers of this chemical balance. The water cycle, of course, operated much as it does today, with evaporation, precipitation, and runoff continually cycling water between the atmosphere, land, and oceans. But the biogeochemical cycles, particularly the carbon cycle and the sulfur cycle, were profoundly different. The absence of widespread complex life meant that the biological pump, which today efficiently sequesters carbon from the surface ocean to the deep sea, was much less effective. Instead, inorganic processes and microbial activity would have played a more dominant role in carbon cycling. Hydrothermal vents, acting as giant chemical reactors on the seafloor, would have played an outsized role in regulating ocean chemistry, providing both inputs of dissolved minerals and acting as sinks for others. The weathering of silicate rocks on the continents would have been a crucial source of calcium, magnesium, and silica, which then flowed into the oceans via rivers. The deposition of sediments, particularly the vast banded iron formations and early carbonate platforms formed by microbial mats, served as long-term sinks for many of these dissolved constituents, preventing the oceans from becoming excessively salty over billions of years. These early marine cycles, though driven by different mechanisms and involving different players, were nonetheless robust and maintained a remarkable long-term stability in the ocean's composition, allowing life to persist and evolve within its vast, ancient embrace. Stepping back in time to Earth 1 billion years ago and casting our gaze upwards to the sky, we would observe an atmosphere that, while fundamentally similar to our own in its basic components, would have been strikingly different in its proportions and character. It was an atmosphere in transition, having undergone the most dramatic transformation in Earth's history, the Great Oxidation Event, but still far from the oxygen-rich, ozone-shielded blanket we depend on today. The air would have felt different, the sky might have looked different, and the very chemistry of life was still adapting to the slow but relentless climb of a gas that was once a poison: oxygen. To truly appreciate the atmospheric conditions of that distant epoch, we must consider the major gases present, the still climbing oxygen levels, and how this ancient air compares to the life-sustaining envelope that surrounds our planet in the 21st century. The dominant gases present in the atmosphere 1 billion years ago would have been strikingly familiar in their identity, but vastly different in their relative abundances. Nitrogen gas, or N2, just as today, would have been the most abundant component, making up the vast majority of the atmosphere, likely around 70 to 80%. Nitrogen is a remarkably stable and relatively unreactive gas, and its abundance has remained fairly constant over geological time, serving as a bulk diluent for other, more reactive atmospheric components. Following nitrogen, but in much lower concentrations than today, would have been carbon dioxide, or CO2. While we are acutely aware of carbon dioxide's role as a greenhouse gas today, 1 billion years ago, its concentration was likely significantly higher than pre-industrial levels, though perhaps not as high as during earlier, more volcanically active periods of Earth's history. This elevated carbon dioxide would have been crucial for maintaining a warm enough climate to prevent the planet from freezing over entirely, given that the Sun was then significantly less luminous than it is today, emitting only about 85 to 90% of its current energy. Carbon dioxide was released into the atmosphere primarily through volcanic outgassing, a continuous process of Earth's internal activity, and removed through silicate weathering and the burial of organic carbon. Methane, or CH4, another potent greenhouse gas, would also have been present in the atmosphere, likely at higher concentrations than today, produced by anaerobic microbes living in oxygen-poor environments, such as wetlands and the seafloor. Water vapor, H2O, would have been another significant component, its concentration varying with temperature and geographic location, playing a crucial role in the planet's hydrological cycle and contributing to the greenhouse effect. Trace gases, like sulfur dioxide from volcanic eruptions, and perhaps small amounts of hydrogen sulfide, would have also been present, particularly in regions with significant volcanic activity. The balance of these gases was a delicate dance between geological processes, such as volcanism and weathering, and the burgeoning metabolic activities of early life forms. The very air we breathe today is a product of this ancient interplay, a testament to billions of years of Earth's dynamic evolution. The question of oxygen levels 1 billion years ago is perhaps the most central and captivating aspect of its ancient atmosphere. By this time, the Great Oxidation Event, GOE, which fundamentally transformed Earth's atmosphere from an anoxic, oxygen-free, to an oxygen-rich state, had largely run its course. The GOE began around 2.4 billion years ago and lasted for several hundred million years. However, the oxygen levels 1 billion years ago were not yet at modern levels. While the GOE had pushed atmospheric oxygen from virtually zero to perhaps 1 to 10% of present atmospheric levels, PAL, the period between the GOE and the subsequent rise of oxygen leading to the Cambrian explosion, the Neoproterozoic Oxygenation event, or NOE, which happened later, around 800 to 540 million years ago, was characterized by what some scientists call a boring billion in terms of oxygen. This doesn't mean nothing was happening, but rather that oxygen levels remained relatively stable at a moderate concentration, perhaps somewhere between 5 and 20% of present atmospheric levels. This was enough oxygen to support the emergence of eukaryotes and eventually multicellular life, but it was insufficient for the development of large, metabolically demanding animals that require high oxygen concentrations. The sources of oxygen were primarily biological, driven by oxygenic photosynthesis, performed by cyanobacteria in the oceans. These microscopic powerhouses converted carbon dioxide and water into organic matter and oxygen gas. The sinks for oxygen included the oxidation of ferrous iron in the oceans and on land, the decay of organic matter, and volcanic gases. The long-term stability of oxygen during this boring billion was a result of a balance between these sources and sinks. The geological record, particularly the presence of red beds, iron-rich rocks oxidized by atmospheric oxygen, and the absence of widespread unoxidized detrital, uraninite or pyrite, which are rapidly oxidized in oxygen-rich environments, provides crucial evidence for these intermediate oxygen levels. The relatively low oxygen levels compared to today had profound implications for the distribution and evolution of life, limiting the size and complexity of organisms and influencing biogeochemical cycles, especially those involving iron and sulfur. The oxygen content of the air was a slow burn, a gradual accumulation that required immense geological timescales and the continuous biological activity of countless microbial lives. Comparing the atmosphere 1 billion years ago with our modern atmosphere reveals a suite of profound differences that impacted everything from the climate to the very appearance of the sky. As established, the most significant difference lies in oxygen concentration. Our modern atmosphere contains approximately 21% oxygen. The ancient atmosphere, at perhaps 5 to 20% of present atmospheric levels, was a much thinner brew for oxygen-breathing organisms. This lower oxygen level directly influenced the existence, or rather the nascent formation, of the ozone layer. The ozone layer, a region in the stratosphere with a high concentration of ozone, O3, is crucial for life on Earth today because it absorbs most of the sun's harmful ultraviolet, UV, radiation. 1 billion years ago, with significantly lower oxygen levels, the ozone layer would have been much thinner and less effective at shielding the surface from UV radiation. This would have meant that the land surface and shallow waters were subject to much higher doses of damaging UV, effectively restricting complex life to the deeper, safer waters where the water itself provided a protective shield. Another crucial difference would have been the atmospheric pressure. While the bulk of the atmosphere was nitrogen, the total mass of the atmosphere, and thus the surface pressure, would have been largely similar to today, as nitrogen's abundance has been relatively constant. However, the greenhouse effect would have been far more pronounced due to the higher concentrations of carbon dioxide and methane. Despite the sun being less luminous, the Earth 1 billion years ago was not a frozen snowball, indicating a more effective greenhouse effect. This warmer climate, maintained by these powerful greenhouse gases, would have supported liquid water on the surface. The sky itself might have looked different. With higher concentrations of methane, which can absorb red light and scatter blue light, the sky might have appeared hazier or even reddish-orange at times, particularly at sunrise and sunset, especially if certain atmospheric aerosols were present. The air might have smelled different too, with the possibility of more sulfurous or methanogenic odors depending on local biological and geological activity. The impact of early life on atmospheric composition, particularly photosynthesis, cannot be overstated. The continuous production of oxygen by cyanobacteria over hundreds of millions of years was the engine driving the atmospheric transformation. This biological activity gradually rustified the planet, oxidizing the vast reservoirs of iron in the oceans and rocks, eventually allowing oxygen to accumulate in the atmosphere. This slow but relentless accumulation of oxygen also led to changes in ocean chemistry, transitioning from an anoxic, iron-rich state to a more oxygenated, sulfate-rich environment in the surface waters. The rise of oxygen, despite its slow pace at 1 billion years ago, was a powerful selective pressure that drove the evolution of life. Organisms had to develop mechanisms to cope with this reactive gas, leading to the development of aerobic respiration, a far more efficient way of extracting energy from organic matter. The breathing of our planet, the ebb and flow of its atmospheric gases, was intricately linked to the evolution of life itself, a silent testament to the profound and enduring relationship between the geosphere and the biosphere. The atmosphere 1 billion years ago was a testament to a planet in the midst of a profound evolutionary journey, a world that was still finding its breath before the explosive diversification of life that would reshape its surface forever. Imagine stepping back in time, not just a few centuries or millennia, but a full 1 billion years. What kind of world would greet you? The air itself would tell a story, a whisper of an ancient planet governed by different forces and patterns. The global temperatures of Earth, a staggering 1 billion years ago, were not what we experience today, nor were they static. This was a planet in the midst of a long, drawn-out transition, poised on the brink of some of the most dramatic climatic shifts in its entire history, though those truly extreme events, like the snowball Earth glaciations, were still some ways off in the future, perhaps a couple of 100 million years away. So, 1 billion years ago, during what geologists call the Stenian period, the planet was generally, by modern standards, quite warm, particularly in the oceans. The average global temperature was likely significantly higher than it is today, perhaps by as much as 10 to 20 degrees Celsius. This warmth wasn't evenly distributed, of course, but a general sense of a much more equable climate prevailed across much of the globe, especially across the vast swathes of ocean. The reasons for this warmth are complex and tied to the planet's fundamental composition and the state of its atmosphere. Carbon dioxide, a potent greenhouse gas, was present in much higher concentrations than it is in our current atmosphere. While there's ongoing debate about the exact levels, it's generally accepted that atmospheric carbon dioxide was several times, perhaps even many times, higher than pre-industrial levels. This elevated carbon dioxide acted like a thick, insulating blanket, trapping heat and keeping the planet toasty. The sources of this abundant carbon dioxide were primarily volcanic outgassing, a continuous process throughout Earth's history, coupled with a less efficient removal mechanism than what we see today. Chemical weathering of rocks, which consumes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, was likely less intense due to the distribution of land masses and perhaps the relatively undeveloped state of life on land, which today plays a huge role in accelerating weathering. Moreover, the vast expanses of the ocean, which were the dominant features of the planet, would have played a massive role in absorbing and distributing heat. Ocean currents, driven by the sun's energy and Earth's rotation, would have been instrumental in evening out temperatures, preventing the extreme latitudinal temperature gradients we observe today, where poles are frozen and the equator is hot. It's quite possible that even regions that would correspond to modern-day polar areas experienced conditions more akin to temperate zones, with ice existing only as isolated, ephemeral patches rather than vast, continental ice sheets. Speaking of ice ages and warm periods, the Earth 1 billion years ago was largely in a warm period, a stark contrast to the recurring glacial cycles that have characterized the last few million years of our planet's history. There's no widespread evidence of continental-scale glaciations during the Stenian period. Geological records from this time, such as the types of sedimentary rocks deposited and the fossil evidence, mostly microbial at this point towards a predominantly ice-free world. If any ice existed, it would have been confined to the very highest mountain peaks or perhaps transient sea ice in certain high-latitude ocean basins, but nothing on the scale of the ice sheets that would later carve out vast landscapes during the Cryogenian period, which began around 720 million years ago. The absence of extensive ice sheets had profound implications for the climate. With no reflective ice to bounce back solar radiation, more of the sun's energy was absorbed by the darker land and ocean surfaces, further contributing to the planet's overall warmth. Sea levels would have been significantly higher than they are today, with vast, shallow seas flooding continental interiors, providing extensive habitats for the burgeoning microbial life that dominated the planet. The concept of warm periods, however, isn't monolithic. Even within a generally warm Earth, there would have been fluctuations. These might have been driven by variations in volcanic activity, with periods of intense volcanism pumping even more greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, leading to transient warming spikes. Conversely, periods of increased silicate weathering, perhaps triggered by the uplift of new mountain ranges, could have drawn down carbon dioxide, leading to cooler spells, though likely not enough to initiate a global ice age at this time. The carbon cycle, the intricate dance of carbon atoms between the atmosphere, oceans, rocks, and life, was the planet's thermostat. In this ancient world, the biological component of the carbon cycle was still relatively simple. Photosynthetic microbes like cyanobacteria were present and thriving, producing oxygen as a byproduct. But large, complex ecosystems that could sequester massive amounts of carbon in organic matter, like forests or extensive marine animal communities, were still eons away. This meant that geological processes, particularly volcanism and weathering, held greater sway over the long-term carbon balance and thus the climate. Understanding the climate patterns of 1 billion years ago requires considering the grand configuration of the continents. At this time, Earth was dominated by the supercontinent Rodinia. Picture a colossal landmass, likely centered around the equator, or at least extending significantly across it. This colossal landmass would have profoundly influenced global climate patterns. Supercontinents tend to have extremely arid interiors, far removed from the moderating influence of the ocean. The immense landmass of Rodinia would have created powerful monsoon systems, with seasonal shifts in wind direction, bringing torrential rains to coastal regions during one part of the year and extreme aridity during others. The interior would have been a vast desert, perhaps with occasional flashes of moisture from highly localized thunderstorms. This immense landmass would have also disrupted global atmospheric circulation. Instead of the relatively clear, zonally oriented wind patterns we see today, the sheer size and configuration of Rodinia would have created complex and possibly chaotic wind patterns. High-pressure systems would have built up over the vast, dry interior, influencing precipitation patterns far beyond its borders. Oceanic circulation, too, would have been vastly different. With a single supercontinent blocking the free flow of ocean currents around the equator, a super-ocean of immense size would have existed, with potentially very different current patterns than today's fragmented oceans. Deep ocean currents would have been less efficient at mixing waters and distributing heat and nutrients, which might have led to episodes of oceanic anoxia, periods where large parts of the deep ocean became starved of oxygen. Such anoxic events could have triggered significant environmental changes, impacting early life and potentially influencing atmospheric carbon dioxide levels as well, as organic matter decomposition in anoxic conditions releases different gases. The distribution of land and sea directly impacts precipitation and aridity. The lack of numerous smaller continents and island chains, as we have today, would have meant fewer rain shadow effects and more expansive, uninterrupted zones of consistent weather patterns. The sheer scale of Rodinia would have meant that the weather systems generated over one part of the continent could persist and evolve over vast distances, leading to more extreme and less predictable weather events compared to a fragmented continental configuration. Volcanic activity was, as always, a constant geological hum, but during this period, as continents assembled and rifted apart, there would have been periods of enhanced volcanism. Large igneous provinces, ellipses, massive outpourings of lava could have significantly impacted the atmosphere. Such eruptions would have released colossal amounts of carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and other gases. While sulfur dioxide has a cooling effect by forming aerosols that reflect sunlight, the long-term warming effect of carbon dioxide typically dominates. Therefore, pulses of intense volcanism could have pushed global temperatures even higher, further reinforcing the warm climate. The slow dance of plate tectonics, with continents colliding to form Rodinia and then beginning to pull apart, would have been the ultimate driver of these volcanic episodes, and consequently, the long-term climate trends. Finally, the role of early life in climate regulation, while not as overt as it is today, was still significant. Microbial mats, dominated by cyanobacteria, were widespread in shallow marine environments, forming structures like stromatolites. These ancient photosynthetic organisms were slowly but surely increasing the oxygen content of the atmosphere, a process known as the Great Oxidation Event, which had largely peaked by 1 billion years ago, but was still a dynamic process. While oxygen itself isn't a direct greenhouse gas, its presence profoundly impacts the chemistry of other greenhouse gases, particularly methane. Methane is a far more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide, and in an anoxic or low oxygen atmosphere, it can build up to significant levels. As oxygen levels rose, methane would have been oxidized, converting it into less potent carbon dioxide and water. This process would have acted as a long-term cooling mechanism, gradually reducing Earth's reliance on methane as a primary heat trap. The balance between these gases and the continuing increase in atmospheric oxygen was a slow but critical shift, setting the stage for the more complex life and climate systems that would emerge hundreds of millions of years later. So, 1 billion years ago, Earth's climate was a story of a largely warm, ice-free world, dominated by the immense presence of Rodinia, and an atmosphere still shaped more by geological forces than by the complex biological processes that would later come to define our planet. Let's shift our gaze upwards to the celestial sphere that adorned the skies 1 billion years ago. The sun, that constant giver of life and light, was not quite the same as the one we see today. It was, by all accounts, a fainter star. This concept is a cornerstone of astrophysical and geological understanding, known as the faint young sun paradox. Around 1 billion years ago, the sun's luminosity was estimated to be about 10 to 15% weaker than its present-day output. This might not sound like a massive difference, but consider the implications. If Earth had an atmosphere like today's, with the same level of greenhouse gases, the 10 to 15% reduction in solar energy would have been enough to plunge the entire planet into a deep, permanent freeze. Given the geological evidence that Earth was generally warm and ice-free around 1 billion years ago, this presents a significant paradox that scientists have grappled with. The resolution to the faint young sun paradox lies in the composition of Earth's ancient atmosphere. As we discussed in the climate section, greenhouse gases were the key. Despite a weaker sun, Earth maintained liquid water, which is essential for life, because its atmosphere was far richer in heat-trapping gases. Carbon dioxide, as mentioned, was present in much higher concentrations, but another crucial player would have been methane. Methane is a far more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide on a per-molecule basis, though its atmospheric lifetime is shorter. In a world where oxygen levels were still building up and were significantly lower than today's, though they were increasing, which is a nuance we'll explore, methane could persist in the atmosphere for longer periods and at higher concentrations. The early microbial ecosystems, particularly methanogens, microbes that produce methane, would have been pumping out this gas, contributing significantly to the greenhouse effect. So the sun was indeed fainter, but Earth compensated with a robust blanket of greenhouse gases, creating a warm, habitable environment despite the cosmic disadvantage. It was a delicate balance, one that allowed life to continue its slow, inexorable journey towards complexity. Now, let's talk about time itself, or at least how Earth experienced it. The length of a day, 1 billion years ago, was significantly shorter than our 24-hour cycle. Earth's rotation has been gradually slowing down over billions of years due to the gravitational tug of the Moon. 1 billion years ago, a day was probably somewhere in the range of 15 to 18 hours long. This means that the planet was spinning considerably faster, which would have had profound effects on its dynamics. Think about the Coriolis effect, for instance, which influences the direction of winds and ocean currents. A faster spinning Earth would have intensified this effect, leading to stronger and potentially more complex atmospheric and oceanic circulation patterns. Storm systems might have formed and dissipated more rapidly, and global wind belts could have been more defined and powerful. The length of a year, however, would have been roughly the same in terms of the Earth's orbit around the Sun. The orbital period of Earth around the Sun is primarily determined by the Sun's mass and the Earth's distance from the Sun, both of which have remained essentially constant over billions of years. So, while the day was shorter, the number of days in a year would have been considerably more numerous. If a day was around 16 hours, then there would have been approximately 548 days in a year. This would mean a year felt much longer in terms of the number of sunrises and sunsets experienced. From the perspective of an early microbe, life would have been a blur of short days, with a much higher frequency of light-dark cycles throughout a solar year. The Moon's influence was a constant force in this deceleration. Its gravitational pull creates tidal bulges on Earth, and as Earth rotates through these bulges, friction is generated, slowing the planet's spin and gradually pushing the Moon further away. This process has been ongoing since the Moon's formation, meaning that billions of years ago, the Moon was much closer to Earth, and its tidal forces were far more powerful, thus contributing to a more rapid deceleration of Earth's rotation in the distant past. Finally, let's consider the sky itself, its color and visibility. This is where the atmospheric composition, particularly the levels of oxygen, becomes crucial. 1 billion years ago, Earth's atmosphere was in a state of transition, a period following the initial surge of oxygen known as the Great Oxidation Event, which began much earlier, around 2.4 billion years ago. While oxygen levels were certainly rising and were higher than in the very early Earth, they were still significantly lower than the 21% we breathe today. Estimates vary, but oxygen levels might have been anywhere from 1% to 10% of present atmospheric levels, or even somewhat higher in certain periods. The presence of oxygen, even at lower levels, would have started to form a rudimentary ozone layer. Ozone, a molecule made of 3 oxygen atoms, O3 forms in the upper atmosphere and is vital for absorbing harmful ultraviolet, UV, radiation from the sun. While a full, robust ozone layer like today's would not have been in place, enough ozone might have existed to provide some degree of protection, particularly for life in shallow waters. However, the sky's color would have been subtly different. With lower oxygen and potentially higher concentrations of gases like methane and possibly nitrogen oxides, though these are more speculative, the scattering of sunlight would have been different. The familiar blue of our sky is a result of Rayleigh scattering, where shorter blue wavelengths of light are scattered more efficiently by nitrogen and oxygen molecules. While blue would still have been the dominant color, it might have appeared a deeper, perhaps slightly hazier or more muted blue, particularly closer to the horizon. Visibility would also have been impacted by atmospheric composition. If there were significant amounts of methane or other trace gases, these could have contributed to a perpetual haze, especially in a world with less land vegetation to act as a sink for dust and aerosols. Volcanic eruptions, as we discussed, would have periodically injected large amounts of dust and sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere, leading to widespread, sometimes persistent, hazes that could have tinted the sky various shades of red or orange, particularly during sunrises and sunsets. The absence of large land animals and extensive plant life would mean less dust from biological activity, but more from aeolian processes, wind erosion, in arid regions, particularly across the vast, dry interior of Rodinia. Looking up at night, the stars would have been incredibly clear, assuming low levels of atmospheric aerosols or pollution. With less light pollution from human activity, obviously non-existent, and potentially less atmospheric scattering than today in periods of calm, the night sky might have been a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. The moon, being closer, would have appeared larger in the sky, and its phases would have unfolded more rapidly due to the shorter day length. The faint young sun, 1 billion years ago, illuminated a planet with a faster spin, a different atmospheric blanket, and a sky that, while recognizable, held subtle but significant differences, a silent testament to Earth's long and ever-evolving journey through cosmic time. 1 billion years ago, Earth was a world brimming with geological drama, a planetary crucible where the very foundations of our modern world were being forged. It was a time when the continents were slowly but surely drawing together to form a monumental supercontinent, a period of intense internal heat, and a landscape far removed from the verdant, life-filled vistas we know today. To gaze upon Earth at this distant epoch would be to witness a rugged, primal sphere, dominated by the raw forces of its own making. Imagine standing on what would one day become the Canadian Shield, 1 billion years in the past. The air, while breathable for simple life forms, would have been thick with the occasional haze of volcanic aerosols, and the ground beneath your feet would have rumbled with an almost constant, low-frequency tremor. This was an Earth where the engines of plate tectonics were revving at a much higher rate than they do today, a consequence of a planet still radiating immense heat from its fiery birth and the ongoing decay of radioactive elements deep within its core and mantle. The crust, perhaps a touch thinner in places, certainly less mature and extensively recycled than it is now, danced to the tune of a more vigorous mantle convection. Think of the mantle as a giant, churning pot of very thick soup. 1 billion years ago, that soup was boiling with greater intensity, driving the overlying tectonic plates with more force and speed. This heightened tectonic activity manifested in several profound ways. Plate boundaries, where Earth's massive lithospheric slabs met, diverged, or slid past each other, were sites of extraordinary dynamism. Along mid-ocean ridges, the underwater mountain ranges, where new oceanic crust is perpetually generated, magma would have poured forth with astonishing frequency. These weren't polite, effusive flows. Rather, vast volumes of molten rock would have erupted onto the seafloor, solidifying to add fresh real estate to the ever-expanding ocean basins. These spreading centers were likely far more extensive, and perhaps even more numerous than their modern counterparts, ceaselessly creating and recycling oceanic lithosphere. The deep ocean trenches, where old oceanic crust plunged back into the mantle in a process called subduction, would have also been exceptionally active. Here, the grinding descent of one plate beneath another would have triggered colossal earthquakes, sending shock waves reverberating across the globe. These quakes would have been far more frequent and, on average, likely more powerful than many of the seismic events we experience today, as the stresses built up and released more rapidly due to the faster plate motions. One of the most defining features of this era was the ongoing assembly of Rodinia, a colossal supercontinent that would eventually unite most of Earth's land masses. The formation of such a gargantuan landmass is not a gentle process. It involves immense continental collisions where entire continents crumple and uplift, creating vast mountain ranges. Imagine the Himalayas multiplied many times over, stretching for thousands of kilometers, born from the relentless crunching of continental blocks. Each collision would have been accompanied by extraordinary seismic activity, releasing unimaginable amounts of energy as the crust buckled and fractured. As Rodinia continued its slow dance of assembly, old crust would have been consumed and new crust created, all in a symphony of intense geological violence. Furthermore, the eventual breakup of Rodinia, a process that would begin somewhat later, but was undoubtedly being primed by the internal stresses of the supercontinent's formation, would involve immense rifting events. These rifts, essentially colossal cracks in the continental crust, would become pathways for prodigious volumes of magma to ascend from the mantle, leading to some of the largest volcanic outpourings in Earth's history. Indeed, 1 billion years ago, the Earth was a veritable hotspot of volcanic activity. Frequent eruptions were not just a possibility, they were a defining characteristic of the planet's surface. Unlike today, where eruptions can be significant but are somewhat localized and less frequent on a global scale, this was an age of widespread volcanism. Picture vast flood basalt provinces forming, where immense volumes of highly fluid lava would erupt from fissures in the Earth's crust, not from a single cone, but from long cracks spreading across thousands, perhaps even millions, of square kilometers. These eruptions would have created enormous, flat-lying plains of solidified basalt, layer upon layer, building up volcanic plateaus that dwarf anything observed in historical times. The Deccan Traps in India or the Columbia River basalts in the United States are mere whispers compared to the potential scale of such events in the Proterozoic eon. These eruptions weren't just restricted to flood basalts, while stratovolcanoes, the iconic cone-shaped mountains we associate with fiery eruptions, were likely present where subduction was occurring. Their morphology might have been subtly different due to the absence of significant land vegetation to stabilize their slopes and the different atmospheric conditions. However, shield volcanoes, characterized by their broad, gently sloping profiles built up by successive flows of low-viscosity lava, would have been commonplace, especially in regions of hotspots or continental rifting. Think of a landscape dotted with structures reminiscent of a much larger, more numerous Mauna Loa. The sheer volume of volcanic gases released during these frequent eruptions would have had a profound impact on the atmosphere. Immense quantities of water vapor, carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and other volatiles would have been continuously vented, contributing to the composition of the early atmosphere. This outgassing played a critical role in regulating global climate, potentially contributing to greenhouse warming, or, in the case of sulfur aerosols, to periods of cooling. The interplay between volcanic activity and atmospheric chemistry was a constant, dynamic feedback loop, shaping the planet's early climate systems. The landscapes of 1 billion years ago would have been starkly, dramatically volcanic. Imagine vast, sprawling plains of black or dark gray basalt stretching to the horizon, punctuated by massive shield volcanoes, their slopes gently rising towards broad, sometimes caldera-like summits. Calderas themselves, enormous bowl-shaped depressions formed when the roof of a magma chamber collapses after a colossal eruption, would have been imposing features, some perhaps tens of kilometers across. These would have been stark reminders of the truly cataclysmic scale of some of the eruptions that shaped the Earth. Beyond the obvious volcanic cones and lava flows, the effects of volcanism would have been pervasive. Igneous intrusions, formed when magma solidified beneath the surface, would have been common. Over eons, as overlying rock was eroded away, these once buried batholiths, sills and dikes would have been exposed, forming rugged, resistant mountain ranges or distinctive rocky outcrops. On the seafloor, where the vast majority of Earth's surface lay beneath water, pillow lavas would have been ubiquitous. These distinctive pillow-shaped structures form when lava erupts underwater and cools rapidly, creating rounded, bulbous forms that stack upon each other. Entire oceanic crusts would have been composed of these fascinating, bulbous formations. Life in these volcanic regions would have been sparse on land, limited to microbial forms eking out an existence in the harsh, mineral-rich environments. However, hot springs and geysers, fed by geothermal heat, would have been common features in active volcanic zones, creating warm, chemically rich pools. These hydrothermal systems would have provided fertile ground for early microbial ecosystems, perhaps teeming with extremophiles, thriving in conditions that would be lethal to most modern life. The distinctive colors of some modern hot springs caused by microbial mats might have been replicated in these ancient environments. Moreover, the sheer volume of volcanic ash expelled during explosive eruptions would have blanketed vast areas, creating thick deposits that would eventually lithify into tuffs. These ash layers, often fine-grained and rich in volcanic glass, would have formed distinctive horizons in the geological record, providing valuable chronological markers for future geologists. The absence of significant land vegetation at this time meant that these volcanic landscapes were exposed to the elements in a way that is almost unimaginable today. There were no extensive forests to break the wind, no deep root systems to stabilize slopes, and no thick humus layers to absorb rainfall. Consequently, volcanic debris, ash, and fresh lava flows would have been relentlessly sculpted by wind and water erosion, leading to rapid redistribution of material and the constant reshaping of these rugged, primal vistas. The Earth 1 billion years ago was a planet under perpetual construction, its surface continually being torn apart and rebuilt by the immense power of its internal furnaces. Peering back 1 billion years into Earth's past, the climate was a subject of dynamic interplay, profoundly influenced by the planet's evolving atmospheric composition, the distribution of its land masses, and the relentless march of its internal heat. While the most extensive and globally significant snowball Earth glaciations, like the Sturtian and Marinoan events, lay several 100 million years in the future, it's important to consider the conditions that were either precursors to such monumental ice ages or indicative of regional, less extreme glaciation during this Tonian period. 1 billion years ago, the supercontinent Rodinia was still in the process of assembly or relatively stable. This continental configuration played a critical role. If large land masses were situated at or near the poles, they could act as nucleation points for ice sheet growth, even if global temperatures were not universally frigid. Conversely, a lack of land near the poles might prevent extensive continental glaciation. The signs of early glaciations during this specific period would have been far more subtle than the dramatic evidence left by later ice ages. We wouldn't necessarily expect to see vast, continent-spanning ice sheets dominating the globe. Instead, any glaciation during the Tonian would more likely have been localized or episodic. For example, there could have been mountain glaciers in high-altitude regions on any emerging land masses, slowly carving out valleys and leaving behind telltale moraines, piles of rock and sediment transported and deposited by glacial ice. Scientists look for specific geological fingerprints to identify ancient glaciations, tillites, which are unsorted, unstratified rock deposits left behind by melting glaciers, striations, parallel scratches, and grooves on bedrock surfaces caused by rocks embedded in moving ice, and dropstones, isolated, large boulders found in fine-grained sedimentary rocks, indicative of icebergs melting and dropping their rocky cargo into calmer waters. The presence of such features from 1 billion years ago would suggest regional ice sheets rather than a planetary freeze. The prevailing scientific understanding suggests that 1 billion years ago, the Earth was generally warmer, but conditions were being set for the later cryogenian glaciations. The slow drawdown of atmospheric carbon dioxide, potentially due to increased continental weathering rates spurred by the assembly of Rodinia, and changes in ocean chemistry and biological activity were long-term trends that would eventually push the Earth towards colder states. So, while extensive glaciation was not the hallmark of this period, the potential for localized ice or the subtle shifts in climate that would lead to future ice ages were certainly in play. Regardless of glacial activity, the processes of rock weathering were incredibly active and fundamentally different from what we observe today. The Earth's surface was a barren, raw canvas, largely devoid of the complex, deep-rooted land plants that now anchor and modify soils. This absence meant that physical and chemical weathering processes operated with unhindered efficiency. Mechanical weathering, the physical breakdown of rocks, would have been intense. Without vegetation, rock surfaces were directly exposed to the relentless forces of thermal expansion and contraction. Daily and seasonal temperature fluctuations, particularly in regions with significant temperature ranges, would cause the outer layers of rocks to expand when heated and contract when cooled, leading to cracking and eventual disintegration. Frost wedging, where water seeps into cracks, freezes, expands, and wedges the rock apart, would have also been a significant factor in regions where temperatures fluctuated around the freezing point. Wind erosion, unimpeded by forests or dense grass cover, would have been a powerful sculptor of the landscape. Blowing sand and dust would have constantly abraded exposed rock surfaces, creating ventifacts, rocks sculpted by wind-blown particles, and contributing to the breakdown of bedrock into finer sediments. Water, however, was arguably the primary agent of mechanical weathering and transport. Rivers, unconstrained by vegetation, would have been broad, braided, and highly erosive, carrying vast quantities of sediment from higher elevations to lower plains and into the oceans. Flash floods, given the absence of extensive infiltration provided by plant roots, would have been common and highly destructive. Chemical weathering processes were also highly active. Hydrolysis, the reaction of minerals with water, was a key process, breaking down silicate minerals into clays. Oxidation, the reaction of minerals with oxygen, was also significant. The Great Oxidation Event had already occurred hundreds of millions of years prior, meaning the atmosphere contained enough free oxygen to facilitate the rusting of iron-bearing minerals, turning exposed rock surfaces reddish or brownish. Dissolution, where minerals dissolve in water, would have removed soluble components from rocks, contributing to the chemical load of rivers and oceans. The composition of the atmosphere, though different from today, would have influenced these rates. While oxygen levels were lower than present, they were sufficient for significant oxidation. The levels of carbon dioxide, fluctuating due to volcanic outgassing and various geological processes, would have determined the acidity of rainwater, which in turn would have influenced the rate of dissolution. The crucial difference in weathering was the limited role of biological agents. Today, living organisms, from bacteria and fungi to lichens and plant roots, play a vital role in breaking down rocks. 1 billion years ago, this biological weathering was minimal on land. While microbial mats, thin layers of microorganisms, might have clung to damp rock surfaces, they would have had a comparatively minor impact on the overall scale of weathering compared to the later evolution of land plants. Lichens, a symbiotic association of fungi and algae, or cyanobacteria, are known to be pioneer colonizers of bare rock surfaces and are excellent agents of slow, persistent weathering. It is plausible that early forms of lichens were present on terrestrial surfaces at this time, gradually contributing to the breakdown of rock. However, their influence would have been localized and far less pervasive than the deep-rooted plants that would eventually colonize the continents. This brings us to the concept of early soils. It's vital to understand that 1 billion years ago, there were effectively no true soils as we understand them today. The definition of soil typically includes a significant organic component derived from the decay of plant and animal matter, as well as distinct layers or horizons, like the A, B, and C horizons, developed over long periods through the interaction of climate, organisms, relief, parent material, and time. Without widespread, rooted land plants, the primary component of modern soil, organic matter, was almost entirely absent on land. What would have covered the bedrock instead was something closer to regolith, a layer of loose, unconsolidated material overlying solid rock. This regolith would have been formed almost entirely through the physical and chemical weathering of the underlying bedrock. It would have consisted primarily of inorganic components, sand, silt, clay, and larger rock fragments, all produced by the relentless action of wind, water, and temperature fluctuations. The composition of this regolith would have directly reflected the local geology, largely lacking the complex mixture of mineral and organic matter that characterizes modern soils. The formation of this early regolith was a constant battle against erosion. Without vegetation to bind it, this loose material would have been highly susceptible to transport by wind and water. Any accumulation of weathered material would have been easily washed away during heavy rainfall or blown away by strong winds. Consequently, these early soils would have been generally thin, poorly developed, and often ephemeral. They would have lacked the internal structure and porosity of modern soils and would have had extremely limited water-holding capacity. In terms of appearance, these early regoliths would have been largely barren and stark. Depending on the iron content of the parent rock and the degree of oxidation, they might have displayed reddish or brownish hues, akin to the ochre-colored deserts of today. However, in less oxidized environments, or where different minerals predominated, they could have appeared grayish, greenish, or even black. Any organic content would have been microscopic, perhaps limited to thin, ephemeral microbial mats or scattered fossilized remnants of early microbial life, leaving behind only a faint, localized trace. The landscape would have been one of exposed bedrock, expanses of loose, mobile regolith, and sediment-choked rivers. Imagine a world where dust storms were frequent and enormous, carrying vast quantities of fine-grained material across continents. Rivers would have flowed laden with sediment, carving deep channels and depositing vast floodplains of raw, unweathered rock fragments. The transition from these early, inorganic regoliths to true, biologically rich soils was one of the most pivotal transformations in Earth's history. It would only occur much later, with the advent and diversification of land plants, which would profoundly change the terrestrial environment, stabilizing the ground, adding organic matter, and ushering in an entirely new era of soil development and ecological complexity. For now, 1 billion years ago, the Earth's surface was a realm of raw rock and relentless weathering, a truly foundational period for the planet's geological and biological evolution. 1 billion years ago, Earth was a world both familiar and incredibly alien. Picture a blue marble, just as it is today, swirling with clouds over vast oceans. But if you were to zoom in, the details would shock you. The continents were arranged differently, forming a supercontinent known as Rodinia, a landmass of colossal proportions that stretched across much of the planet. Yet, what would truly astound any modern observer stepping back into that distant past would be the profound silence and stillness of the land. There were no forests, no grasslands, no bustling cities, not even a single blade of grass. The land was utterly barren, a mosaic of exposed rock, dust, and perhaps some very thin, primitive soils clinging to sheltered spots. The air, while breathable, would have had a different composition than what we inhale today, and the sun, though shining, cast its light upon a planet waiting for its most dramatic acts of evolution to truly unfold. It was a world dominated not by the macroscopic wonders we associate with life today, but by an unseen, microscopic realm, a bustling, thriving universe of single-celled organisms that were, despite their minute size, shaping the very destiny of the planet. Imagine standing on the shores of a vast, ancient ocean 1 billion years ago. The wind would whip past, tasting of salt and perhaps a faint, primal tang of sulfur. The land behind you would be stark, a monotonous expanse of weathered rock, maybe some dusty plains, but absolutely no sign of anything green or alive in the way we understand it. No trees to cast shade, no flowers to bring color, no animals to rustle in unseen bushes or scamper across the ground. The silence, save for the lapping of waves and the howl of the wind, would be profound, almost unsettling to our modern ears, accustomed to the cacophony of life. This wasn't just a landscape devoid of large, complex creatures. It was a world fundamentally different in its very biological tapestry. Life was abundant, thriving, and incredibly diverse, but it existed on a scale invisible to the naked eye, a world entirely dominated by microbes. At this incredibly deep point in Earth's history, the reigning champions of existence were the prokaryotes. These are the simplest forms of cellular life, tiny organisms that lack a membrane-bound nucleus and other specialized compartments within their cells. Think of them as the original pioneers, the first successful entrepreneurs of life. They had been around for billions of years by this point, and they had truly mastered the art of survival and adaptation. Within the prokaryotic domain, there were two major groups, bacteria and archaea. Both were single-celled, microscopic, and remarkably versatile in how they obtained energy and nutrients. Bacteria, for instance, were incredibly diverse, representing a vast array of metabolic strategies. There were species that could perform photosynthesis, using sunlight to convert carbon dioxide and water into their own food, much like plants do today. But not all photosynthesis was the same. Some bacteria engaged in what's called anoxygenic photosynthesis, meaning they didn't produce oxygen as a byproduct. Instead, they might use compounds like hydrogen sulfide, creating sulfur as a waste product. Then, crucially, there were the cyanobacteria, often called blue-green algae, though they are not algae at all, but bacteria. These were the true game changers, the organisms responsible for oxygenic photosynthesis, the process that releases oxygen into the atmosphere. They were, and still are, tiny powerhouses, and their cumulative activity over vast stretches of time completely transformed the planet. Besides photosynthesis, other bacteria were chemosynthetic, meaning they could derive energy from chemical reactions, perhaps by oxidizing iron or sulfur compounds. Others were fermenters, breaking down organic matter in the absence of oxygen. They were, in essence, the primary producers, the decomposers, and the recyclers of the ancient world, forming the very foundation of all ecosystems. Archaea, while also prokaryotic and single-celled, are evolutionarily distinct from bacteria. They often thrive in extreme environments, places that are incredibly hot, cold, salty, acidic, or under immense pressure. While the environments 1 billion years ago weren't necessarily extreme in the modern sense across the entire planet, these organisms would have occupied specific niches, such as deep-sea hydrothermal vents or highly saline lagoons. They played crucial roles in nutrient cycling, just like bacteria, breaking down organic matter and transforming chemical compounds in ways that were essential for the planet's geochemistry. Both bacteria and archaea were ubiquitous. They inhabited the oceans, the sediments at the bottom of the seas, and potentially even damp surfaces on the barren land masses, forming incredibly complex and intertwined communities. Their sheer numbers were astronomical, and their collective biomass would have been immense, despite each individual being imperceptible to the naked eye. They were the true architects of the ancient Earth, silently shaping its chemistry and setting the stage for all future life. Then there were the simple eukaryotes. Eukaryotes are the group that includes all complex life forms we see today, including animals, plants, fungi, and protists. What defines a eukaryote is the presence of a membrane-bound nucleus, which houses the cell's genetic material, and other specialized compartments called organelles, like mitochondria, the powerhouses of the cell, and in photosynthetic eukaryotes, chloroplasts, where photosynthesis occurs. The origin of eukaryotes was one of the most significant evolutionary leaps in Earth's history, a process that scientists believe involved one prokaryotic cell engulfing another, forming a symbiotic relationship that eventually became permanent. For example, mitochondria are thought to have evolved from once free-living bacteria that were incorporated into an early eukaryotic cell. Chloroplasts, likewise, are believed to have originated from engulfed cyanobacteria. By 1 billion years ago, these foundational events had already occurred. However, The eukaryotes of that era were still very much in their infancy in terms of complexity. We're talking about mostly single-celled organisms, or perhaps very simple multicellular forms where cells clumped together but didn't show much specialization or differentiation into tissues or organs. These simple eukaryotes would have included various types of protists. Some were photosynthetic, much like modern algae, capturing sunlight to produce energy. Others were heterotrophic, meaning they obtained their nutrients by consuming other organisms, often by engulfing bacteria or smaller eukaryotics. They were the ancient predators, slowly evolving more sophisticated ways of sensing and consuming their microscopic prey. These early eukaryotic communities were undoubtedly complex, engaging in a constant dance of consumption and competition with their prokaryotic neighbors. While the evolutionary innovations that led to eukaryotes were monumental, the period around 1 billion years ago is often referred to as the boring billion by geologists and paleontologists. This isn't because nothing was happening, rather it's because the pace of macroscopic evolutionary change seemed to slow down considerably after the initial burst of eukaryotic diversification. There were no dramatic appearances of large, visible life forms. Instead, this was a time of quiet but profound internal development. Eukaryotes were perfecting their cellular machinery, experimenting with different metabolic pathways, and perhaps slowly laying the groundwork for the genetic and developmental programs that would one day allow for the astonishing complexity of animals and plants. These were the cellular building blocks, being refined and assembled in myriad ways without yet revealing their full potential in the form of visible organisms. Now, here's the truly mind-bending part for us modern humans. There were no animals, no plants, and no macroscopic fungi. When we think of life, we naturally picture the vibrant biodiversity of today. The majestic whales, the soaring eagles, the towering redwoods, the tiny insects, the colorful mushrooms. None of that existed. Zero. The oceans, while teeming with microscopic life, would have been visually empty to a diver. No fish would dart through coral reefs because there were no corals. No crabs would scuttle across the seafloor. No jellyfish would pulse through the water column. The land was an inhospitable, desolate place from a biological standpoint, completely barren of vegetation. Without plants, there were no forests to provide shelter, no roots to bind the soil, no leaves to carpet the ground. The idea of a forest or a meadow was utterly alien to this world. Even fungi, which are often associated with decomposition and were likely present in microscopic forms, certainly didn't exist as the large, spore-producing mushrooms or bracket fungi we recognize today. The evolutionary path that would lead to the massive multicellularity and differentiation required for these complex life forms was still many hundreds of millions of years in the future. The overwhelming dominance of microbial life was the defining characteristic of Earth's biosphere 1 billion years ago. They weren't just present, they were the entire show. Every ecological niche, every metabolic process, every transformative force was orchestrated by these minute organisms. They were the primary producers, converting sunlight or chemical energy into biomass. They were the decomposers, breaking down organic matter and recycling nutrients. They were the chemists, driving geochemical cycles on a planetary scale, influencing the concentrations of gases in the atmosphere, the chemistry of the oceans, and the very composition of the rocks beneath our feet. Without them, the planet's early atmosphere would not have been oxygenated, and the complex life we know today could never have evolved. Their constant metabolic activity played a crucial role in the planet's ongoing transformation. For instance, the oxygen being produced by cyanobacteria was still gradually accumulating in the atmosphere, slowly pushing the planet towards an oxygen-rich state that would eventually make aerobic respiration, a much more efficient way of generating energy, possible for larger, more complex organisms. This was a process that began much earlier with the Great Oxidation Event. But 1 billion years ago, the microbial world was still diligently working, like an unseen global factory, to maintain and slowly increase those vital oxygen levels. Studying this ancient microbial world is a challenge, as microscopic organisms don't leave easily discernible fossils. Scientists rely on various lines of evidence: the faint chemical signatures left behind in ancient rocks, the study of molecular clocks using the rate of genetic mutations to estimate divergence times, and the analysis of macrostructures like stromatolites, which are formed by microbial communities. These indirect clues paint a picture of a world brimming with life, a world where microscopic life was the driving force behind planetary change, preparing the stage, slowly and imperceptibly, for the dramatic evolutionary explosions that would finally give rise to the animals and plants we recognize today. It was a microbial world, a silent, invisible powerhouse, laying the groundwork for everything that was to come, a testament to the incredible resilience and adaptive power of the simplest forms of life. If you were to somehow journey back in time to Earth 1 billion years ago and peer into its shallow oceans, one of the most striking and ubiquitous sights would be the vibrant, often colorful, microbial mats. These weren't just random clumps of microorganisms. They were highly organized, layered communities of countless microscopic life forms, predominantly bacteria and archaea, but increasingly simple eukaryotes too. Imagine a living carpet, sometimes thin and slimy, sometimes thick and spongy, covering vast swaths of the seafloor in coastal areas, lagoons, and shallow marine shelves. These mats were the dominant form of visible life on Earth for billions of years, long before anything resembling a plant or an animal ever graced the planet. A microbial mat is essentially a finely layered ecosystem, a miniature world in itself, where different types of microbes arrange themselves in distinct zones based on their metabolic needs and tolerances to environmental conditions. For example, the very top layer, bathed in sunlight, would often be dominated by oxygenic photosynthetic organisms, primarily cyanobacteria. These are the microbes that perform photosynthesis using water and carbon dioxide, releasing oxygen as a byproduct, just like plants. Below them, where light might be dimmer and oxygen levels lower, you might find anoxygenic photosynthetic bacteria, which use different chemical compounds for their energy source and don't produce oxygen. Deeper still, in the anoxic, oxygen-free layers, various chemosynthetic and fermentative bacteria and archaea would thrive, breaking down organic matter and cycling nutrients like sulfur and nitrogen. These layers are often distinct, visible even to the naked eye as different colors: greens, browns, reds, and purples, reflecting the pigments of the various microbial inhabitants. The formation of these mats was a dynamic process. The microbes would secrete sticky, protective sheaths of extracellular polymeric substances, EPS, which are essentially slimy, glue-like secretions. This sticky matrix would then trap sediment particles, fine grains of sand, silt, or even mineral precipitates that settled out of the water column. As new layers of microbes grew over the trapped sediment, and more sediment was subsequently trapped, the mat would build upwards, layer upon layer. This process, repeated over vast stretches of time, led to the formation of some of the most iconic and ancient macrostructures on Earth, stromatolites. So, what exactly is a stromatolite? The word stromatolite comes from Greek, meaning layered rock, and that's precisely what they are: laminated, often dome-shaped, conical or columnar sedimentary structures formed by the growth and metabolic activity of microbial mats, primarily cyanobacteria. Think of them as fossilized microbial cities, each layer representing a former surface where a community of microbes thrived, trapping and binding sediment. They are not the microbes themselves, but rather the mineralized structures built by the microbes. If you were to cut open a stromatolite, you'd see a series of concentric or wavy layers, much like the growth rings in a tree. but these layers represent the incremental growth of microbial mats over time. The process of stromatolite formation is a slow but persistent one. Cyanobacteria in the surface layers of the mat would perform photosynthesis during the day, migrating upwards to reach the sunlight. Their sticky sheaths would capture any sediment particles settling from the water. At night, or when conditions were less favorable for photosynthesis, they might move downwards. Over time, this constant upward growth and sediment trapping would build a calcified structure. The microbes essentially acted as biological cement, binding the loose sediment grains together and facilitating the precipitation of minerals like calcium carbonate. As new layers of microbes grew on top of the trapped sediment, the process would repeat, resulting in the characteristic layered appearance of a stromatolite. They come in various shapes and sizes, reflecting the specific environmental conditions, water currents, and types of microbial communities that built them. From a scientific perspective, stromatolites are incredibly valuable because they represent some of the oldest, most tangible, and most widespread evidence of life on Earth, extending back more than 3 billion years. They are, in essence, the fossilized footprints of early life. 1 billion years ago, stromatolites were incredibly widespread. Imagine looking along the coastlines of the supercontinent Rodinia and seeing these strange, rocky mounds and columns extending for miles, creating vast reef-like structures in the shallow marine environments. They were particularly abundant in intertidal zones, the areas between high and low tide, and in shallow lagoons, where there was plenty of sunlight for the photosynthetic cyanobacteria. The oceans at this time were a vast laboratory for these microbial architects, providing the ideal conditions: plentiful carbon dioxide, which was higher in the atmosphere than today, abundant dissolved minerals, and consistent sunlight. Their global distribution was a testament to the microbial dominance of the planet. Today, living stromatolites are relatively rare. You can find them in a few specialized locations around the world, such as Shark Bay in Western Australia, the Bahamas, and some hypersaline lagoons. The reason for their scarcity today, compared to 1 billion years ago, is largely due to the evolution of more complex life forms. With the appearance of multicellular animals, especially grazers like snails and competitors like algae and corals, the delicate microbial mats that build stromatolites are often consumed or outcompeted. The environments where modern stromatolites thrive are typically harsh and extreme. Hypersaline waters, for example, which deter most grazers and competitors, thus offering a protected sanctuary for these ancient life forms to persist. Their existence today provides invaluable insights into the conditions that prevailed during the early Earth and how these structures were formed. Perhaps the most profound and far-reaching role of microbial mats and stromatolites, particularly those built by cyanobacteria, was their monumental contribution to oxygen production. Cyanobacteria are the only prokaryotes that perform oxygenic photosynthesis, meaning they use water as an electron donor and release oxygen, O2, as a byproduct. This process, while seemingly simple, is the single most important biochemical innovation in Earth's history for the development of complex life. For billions of years before the Great Oxidation Event, GOE, Earth's atmosphere contained very little free oxygen. It was a vastly different world, dominated by gases like carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrogen, and it was anoxic or oxygen-free for most life forms. However, starting perhaps as early as 3.5 billion years ago, and certainly gaining significant momentum around 2.4 to 2.0 billion years ago with the Great Oxidation Event, cyanobacteria within these microbial mats and stromatolites began systematically pumping oxygen into the oceans and atmosphere. Initially, most of the oxygen produced didn't accumulate in the atmosphere. Instead, it reacted with abundant dissolved iron in the oceans, forming insoluble iron oxides that precipitated out and settled onto the seafloor. These iron oxides are preserved in the geological record as distinctive banded iron formations, BIFs, which are massive, layered rock deposits that provide direct evidence of the ongoing oxygenation of the oceans. Think of the oceans at this time as gigantic rust traps, soaking up all the oxygen being released. Once most of the iron sinks were saturated and other oxygen-scavenging compounds in the oceans and atmosphere were depleted, the free oxygen began to build up in the atmosphere. 1 billion years ago, Earth was well past the great oxidation event. The atmosphere was no longer anoxic, but it still had significantly lower levels of oxygen than today, perhaps only 10 to 20% of modern levels. However, the process of oxygen production by cyanobacteria in microbial mats and stromatolites was still ongoing, still slowly but surely increasing the oxygen content of the atmosphere and the surface waters of the oceans. Every day, countless microbial factories within these mats were converting sunlight into energy and, in the process, releasing minute bubbles of oxygen into the surrounding water. Multiply that by the enormous surface area covered by these mats across the globe, and you have a planetary-scale biochemical engine. The consequences of this relentless oxygen production were nothing short of revolutionary. Firstly, the increasing availability of oxygen allowed for the evolution of aerobic respiration. While anaerobic respiration, life without oxygen, is less efficient, aerobic respiration, which uses oxygen to break down food, yields far more energy. This energy bounty was a prerequisite for the evolution of larger, more complex, and more energetically demanding life forms, like animals. Secondly, the rise of oxygen led to the formation of the ozone, O3 layer, in the upper atmosphere. Ozone acts as a shield, absorbing harmful ultraviolet, UV radiation from the sun. Before the ozone layer, the surface of the Earth was constantly bombarded with intense UV radiation, which is highly damaging to DNA and proteins. The formation of the ozone layer made it possible for life to eventually colonize land, as it provided a protective umbrella against this lethal radiation. Furthermore, the oxygenation of the oceans and atmosphere fundamentally changed Earth's geochemistry. Many minerals could only form or break down in the presence of oxygen, leading to different types of rock formations and weathering patterns. The very chemical cycles of carbon, sulfur, and nitrogen were profoundly altered by the presence of this reactive gas. In essence, microbial mats and stromatolites were not just passive structures. They were the active living factories that produced the breathable atmosphere essential for the evolution of all subsequent complex life. They were the unsung heroes of Earth's early history, laying the fundamental groundwork for the planet we know today. 1 billion years ago, their continuous, patient work was slowly but surely transforming a barren, anoxic world into one capable of supporting the astounding biodiversity that would eventually follow, setting the stage for the dramatic appearance of plants, animals, and eventually, us. These humble, layered structures stand as a powerful testament to the profound impact of the microscopic world on the macroscopic destiny of our planet. Imagine Earth some 2.5 billion years ago, long before our 1 billion year mark. The air would have been utterly unbreathable for us, a suffocating mix of gases like methane, carbon dioxide, and nitrogen, with hardly a whisper of free oxygen. The oceans, too, were a very different place, laden with dissolved iron. This was a world where life, in its earliest, simplest forms, thrived in the absence of the very gas that we, and nearly all complex life today, consider essential for survival. These ancient microbes were anaerobic, meaning they couldn't use oxygen, and, in many cases, found it to be a deadly poison. But then, a revolutionary new kind of life emerged, a game changer that would fundamentally alter the planet: cyanobacteria. These humble, single-celled organisms, often referred to in older texts as blue-green algae, were the true architects of Earth's atmospheric transformation. Their genius lay in a new biochemical trick: oxygenic photosynthesis. Unlike earlier forms of photosynthesis that used other compounds like hydrogen sulfide, Cyanobacteria figured out how to use water as a source of electrons, and in doing so, they released oxygen as a waste product. This seemingly minor innovation had truly galactic consequences. For a long time, this newly produced oxygen didn't build up in the atmosphere. Instead, it reacted with all that dissolved iron in the oceans, forming vast quantities of rust or iron oxides, which precipitated out of the water and accumulated on the seafloor. These deposits, now visible as stunningly layered formations known as banded iron formations, are geological billboards shouting about the planet's first great breath. This period, roughly between 2.5 billion and 2.3 billion years ago, is known as the Great Oxygenation Event, or sometimes the Great Oxidation Event, GOE. It was Earth's first significant oxygen boost, and it wasn't a gentle introduction. Once most of the readily available iron in the oceans had rusted, and other oxygen-consuming gases in the atmosphere, like methane, had been oxidized, the free oxygen had nowhere else to go but up. It began to accumulate in the atmosphere, slowly but surely, pushing atmospheric oxygen levels from practically zero to perhaps 1% of modern levels. This was a catastrophic event for the anaerobic life that had dominated for billions of years. For them, oxygen was a lethal toxin, like a planet-wide airborne poison. Many lineages went extinct, unable to adapt to the new, oxidizing environment. It was a mass extinction event of microbial proportions, a biological rusting of life itself. However, life, ever resilient, found ways to survive and, ultimately, thrive. Those microbes that could tolerate oxygen, or even better, evolve mechanisms to use it, gained an enormous evolutionary advantage. The evolution of aerobic respiration, which uses oxygen to efficiently extract energy from organic molecules, was a game changer. It's a much more efficient process than anaerobic metabolism, allowing organisms to generate far more energy from their food. While Eukaryotes, the cells with a nucleus that would eventually lead to all complex life, likely emerged before the GOE, the increasing availability of oxygen provided new metabolic pathways and environmental niches that facilitated their diversification and eventual dominance. By the time we fast forward to our 1 billion year mark, eukaryotes were well-established players in the oceanic microbial world, though still mostly single-celled and simple by our standards. The environmental impacts of this first oxygenation were equally profound. Methane, a powerful greenhouse gas, was largely removed from the atmosphere as it reacted with the new oxygen, potentially contributing to a significant cooling of the planet. This is thought to have played a role in some of the earliest snowball Earth events, where the planet may have been entirely covered in ice. Critically, over vast stretches of time, the accumulating oxygen also led to the formation of the ozone layer in the upper atmosphere. Ozone, a molecule made of 3 oxygen atoms, O3, acts as a shield, absorbing harmful ultraviolet, UV, radiation from the sun. Before the ozone layer, the surface of Earth and the uppermost layers of the ocean were bathed in intense UV radiation, making them inhospitable for most life. The formation of this protective layer, though gradual, was absolutely essential for life to eventually colonize shallower waters and, much later, land. Now, let's jump closer to our 1 billion year mark. While the first great oxygenation event was truly transformative, oxygen levels didn't simply rise to modern levels and stay there. For a long period after the GOE, roughly between 1.8 billion and 800 million years ago, a period often referred to by scientists as the boring billion due to a perceived lack of major evolutionary innovation, atmospheric oxygen levels remained relatively low, perhaps fluctuating around 1 to 10% of present-day levels. However, a second major oxygen boost, often called the Neoproterozoic Oxygenation Event, NOEE, or the Oxygen Revolution, began to unfold sometime around 800 million years ago and continued to increase significantly towards the Cambrian explosion. But its foundations were being laid during the period we are considering. This second oxygen boost wasn't a single, sudden event like the first one was perceived to be, but rather a more protracted increase that eventually brought oxygen levels closer to modern concentrations. The exact triggers are still debated, but several factors likely contributed. One key factor was an increase in the burial of organic carbon. When photosynthetic organisms die, and their organic matter is buried before it can decompose and react with oxygen, that oxygen is left free in the atmosphere. This could have been driven by changes in ocean chemistry, tectonic activity delivering more nutrients to the oceans, or even the evolution of new types of eukaryotic algae that produced more recalcitrant organic matter. Another significant contributor was the continued diversification of eukaryotes, especially various forms of algae, which could have significantly increased global primary productivity and the efficiency of carbon burial. The impact of this second oxygen boost, which was in full swing and continuing to climb around 1 billion years ago, was profound, especially for the future of complex life. Higher and more stable oxygen levels were a fundamental prerequisite for the evolution of larger, multicellular organisms. Aerobic respiration, as mentioned, is energetically far more efficient, providing the necessary fuel for the development of larger body sizes, greater cellular differentiation, and more complex tissues. It allowed for increased metabolic rates, which in turn supported the evolution of features like active movement, predation, and ultimately, the development of internal organs and nervous systems. While we wouldn't see true animals as we know them for another several 100 million years, the rising oxygen levels during this period were setting the stage for the Ediacaran biota and the explosive diversification of life in the Cambrian period. The expansion of the ozone layer also continued, further protecting the shallow marine environments and allowing life to explore new niches that were previously too exposed to harmful UV radiation. Just as with the first boost, this second major oxygenation event is also linked to significant climate shifts, including the extreme snowball Earth glaciations of the Neoproterozoic. The complex interplay between atmospheric composition, climate, and the carbon cycle continued to shape the planet. Ultimately, the story of Earth's oxygenation is, at its heart, the story of cyanobacteria. These microscopic pioneers, with their simple yet world-changing photosynthetic abilities, were the original biological engineers. Over billions of years, their persistent production of oxygen transformed a hostile, anoxic planet into one capable of supporting the astonishing diversity of life we see today. From the initial Rust Belt formation in the oceans to the slow buildup of atmospheric oxygen and the eventual creation of the ozone layer, cyanobacteria were the silent, tireless drivers of Earth's most profound environmental and biological revolutions. By 1 billion years ago, Earth was well into its oxygenated state, a stark contrast to its early days, though still a world on a journey toward the modern atmosphere that would allow for the evolution of truly complex life forms. Without these slow, patient, and immensely powerful transformations, Earth would remain a largely microbial, anoxic world, utterly unrecognizable and certainly uninhabitable for creatures like us. So what did life look like on Earth 1 billion years ago? If you could travel back in time, you wouldn't see any land plants, no forests, no grassy plains, no flowers. The continents would be barren expanses of rock, sculpted by wind and water, but devoid of any green living things. You wouldn't spot any animals either. No birds in the sky, no fish in the water, no insects crawling on the ground. In fact, you wouldn't even see a worm or a jellyfish. This was a planet almost entirely dominated by microbial life, and the vast majority of that life was confined to the oceans. The shallow marine habitats, bathed in sunlight, were the bustling centers of this ancient microbial world, while hidden deep beneath the waves, in complete darkness, entirely different communities flourished around volcanic hotspots. Let's start with the shallow marine habitats. These were the most vibrant and ecologically significant areas a billion years ago. The reason is simple: sunlight. As we discussed, oxygenic photosynthesis was in full swing thanks to cyanobacteria, and like all photosynthetic organisms, they needed light for energy. So, the sun-drenched, nutrient-rich waters of the continental shelves, lagoons, and tidal flats were teeming with life. The most visually prominent, though still relatively simple, evidence of this life would have been microbial mats and their fossilized forms, stromatolites. Imagine vast slimy carpets covering the seafloor, often just beneath the surface of the water. These weren't just random collections of microbes, they were highly organized, layered communities of various types of bacteria and archaea, all living together in a complex, synergistic arrangement. At the very top, in the sunniest layer, would be the photosynthesizers, primarily cyanobacteria, diligently converting sunlight into energy and releasing oxygen. Below them, you might find other bacteria that use different forms of photosynthesis, perhaps anoxygenic ones, which thrive in lower light or oxygen conditions. Further down, there would be chemosynthetic bacteria, deriving energy from chemical reactions, and various types of heterotrophic bacteria, consuming the organic matter produced by others. This layered structure allowed different microbial groups to specialize and efficiently recycle nutrients within the mat itself. Over time, these microbial mats had a remarkable ability to trap and bind sediment particles from the water. As new layers of microbes grew on top of older ones and sediment accumulated, they created distinctive layered, dome-shaped or columnar structures known as stromatolites. These weren't alive in the way a coral reef is alive today, but rather they were the mineralized remnants of ancient microbial activity. 1 billion years ago, stromatolites were incredibly widespread and diverse, forming vast microbial cities in shallow seas around the globe. If you could snorkel in those ancient oceans, you would see an alien landscape dominated by these strange, rocky domes and columns, varying in size from small mounds to structures several meters high. They were the equivalent of today's coral reefs or kelp forests in terms of their ecological prominence and widespread distribution. They were the primary producers, the oxygen generators, and the carbon sinks of the Proterozoic eon. They represented the foundational ecosystems that sustained all other life. While prokaryotes, bacteria and archaea, were the dominant players in these microbial mats, and in the oceans in general, the period around 1 billion years ago was also a time of increasing diversification for single-celled eukaryotes. These were organisms with a nucleus and other membrane-bound organelles, making them much larger and more structurally complex than bacteria, though still microscopic. Early forms of eukaryotic algae, like ancestors of red algae and green algae, were becoming more widespread. These photosynthetic eukaryotes were also contributing to the primary productivity of the shallow seas. Their emergence also meant the very beginnings of more complex food webs. While we didn't have macroscopic predators, there were proto-predators in the form of early eukaryotes that could engulf other, smaller microbes. This led to the earliest forms of microbial grazing and predation, setting up evolutionary pressures for prey to develop defenses, such as harder cell walls, or to become more mobile to escape their microscopic hunters. It was still a world where seeing, in any complex sense, was not yet a thing. The interactions were all microscopic and chemical. Beyond the sunlit zones, the deep ocean was largely a vast, dark, and relatively barren expanse. However, there were dramatic exceptions: hydrothermal vent communities. These environments offer a stark contrast to the sun-driven ecosystems of the shallow seas. Hydrothermal vents are essentially hot springs on the seafloor, where superheated, chemically rich water, heated by volcanic activity beneath the Earth's crust, spews out from cracks and fissures. These black smokers, or white smokers, create unique oases of life completely independent of sunlight for their energy. At the heart of these vent ecosystems were not photosynthetic organisms, but chemosynthetic bacteria and archaea. Instead of using light, These microbes derive their energy from chemical reactions, such as the oxidation of inorganic compounds like hydrogen sulfide, methane, or iron, which are abundant in the vent fluids. These chemosynthetic organisms formed the base of the food web, much like photosynthetic organisms do on the surface. They were the primary producers, converting raw chemical energy into organic matter. Conditions at these vents were extreme: incredibly high temperatures, immense pressures, and a cocktail of chemicals that would be toxic to most surface life. Yet, these were thriving ecosystems. The role of hydrothermal vents in the history of life is a fascinating one. Some scientists hypothesize that life itself may have originated in these chemically rich, energy-providing environments. Regardless of their role in the origin of life, they certainly provided a stable, enduring refuge for microbial life throughout Earth's early history, insulated from the dramatic changes occurring on the surface, such as asteroid bombardments or global glaciations. However, it's crucial to remember that even at these vents, the diversity was entirely microbial 1 billion years ago. There were no giant tube worms, crabs, or other complex animal forms that characterize modern hydrothermal vent communities. The diversity here was in the incredible array of metabolic pathways and microbial lineages that had evolved to exploit the unique chemical energy sources. So, to summarize, the overall diversity of life 1 billion years ago was remarkably limited compared to today's world. The vast majority of living things were prokaryotic, bacteria and archaea, simple in their cellular structure, but incredibly diverse in their metabolic capabilities. While single-celled eukaryotes were diversifying, they were still microscopic and relatively simple, lacking the complex cellular differentiation that would lead to multicellular organisms. The absence of complex multicellular animals, plants and fungi, as we understand them, is perhaps the most striking feature of this ancient world. There were no fish, no insects, no trees, no mushrooms, no anything that we would readily recognize as life forms beyond a microscope, or as strange geological structures like stromatolites. The food webs were, by modern standards, relatively simple. Energy flowed primarily from primary producers, photosynthetic microbes in shallow waters, chemosynthetic microbes at vents, to microbial consumers. The intricate predator-prey relationships, the complex ecological niches, and the vast recycling loops involving decomposers that characterize modern ecosystems were still largely absent. This period, the boring billion, as it's sometimes playfully called, reflects this apparent evolutionary stasis in visible life forms. While there wasn't an explosion of macroscopic life, the microbial world was incredibly rich in its invisible diversity and biochemical complexity. These microbes were laying the essential groundwork for the eventual emergence of macroscopic, complex life. They were patiently building the atmospheric conditions, the nutrient cycles, and the fundamental biological innovations that would ultimately allow for the Cambrian explosion and the incredible biodiversity of our modern world. 1 billion years ago, Earth's ecosystems were simple in their grand appearance, but profoundly complex in their microbial underpinnings, slowly but surely preparing the stage for the spectacular show that was still to come. Imagine a world 1 billion years ago, a planet brimming with life, yet in many ways profoundly alien to us. The oceans, vast and ancient, teemed with a microscopic soup of organisms. But if you were to gaze upon them, you'd see no fish, no coral, no kelp forests. The dominant forms of life were incredibly simple, what we call prokaryotes, tiny, single-celled beings like bacteria and archaea, lacking a nucleus or any complex internal machinery. For billions of years, this was the extent of life's diversity, a testament to their incredible adaptability and success. Yet, around this pivotal time, something extraordinary was brewing, a revolution that would irrevocably change the course of life on Earth and set the stage for everything that followed, including us. This was the Eukaryotic Revolution, the slow, momentous emergence of complex cells, and at its heart lay a process so remarkable it sounds like science fiction: endosymbiosis. To understand the magnitude of this revolution, we first need to appreciate the simplicity of what came before. Prokaryotic cells are, by biological standards, minimalist marvels. They are incredibly efficient at what they do, reproducing rapidly and thriving in almost every imaginable niche on Earth, from scorching hot springs to the deepest ocean trenches. They have their genetic material, their DNA, floating freely within the cell, and a few basic structures to carry out essential life functions. Think of them as the most basic, robust, and ancient operating system for life. They had been around for billions of years, evolving and diversifying, figuring out how to harness energy from sunlight or chemicals, and even how to live in complex microbial communities. But there was a ceiling to their complexity. Without internal compartments, without specialized organelles, the possibilities for cellular specialization and cooperation were limited. The eukaryotic cell, on the other hand, is a grand palace of internal organization. It boasts a nucleus, a dedicated chamber to house its precious DNA, protecting it and regulating its expression with incredible precision. Beyond that, it's filled with a whole host of other specialized compartments, each with a specific job. There are mitochondria, the powerhouses that generate energy; the endoplasmic reticulum, a sprawling network for manufacturing proteins and lipids; the Golgi apparatus, a molecular post office for sorting and packaging; and lysosomes, the cellular recycling plants. This intricate internal architecture allows for a level of metabolic sophistication and regulatory control that was simply impossible for prokaryotes. It's the difference between a single-room hut and a sprawling, multifunctional factory. So how did this incredibly complex cellular architecture arise? The answer is one of the most compelling stories in evolutionary biology: endosymbiosis. This isn't a theory about gradual changes accumulating over time through tiny mutations, but rather a dramatic event, or series of events, where one cell engulfed another, and instead of digesting it, formed a lasting, mutually beneficial partnership. It was a biological merger and acquisition on an unprecedented scale. The most famous and well-understood instance of endosymbiosis involves the origin of mitochondria. Imagine an ancestral eukaryotic cell, perhaps a relatively large predatory cell that hunted other, smaller cells for food. At some point, perhaps about 1.5 billion years ago, this ancestral cell encountered a bacterium, likely an alpha proteobacterium, a free-living microbe capable of efficient aerobic respiration, that is, using oxygen to generate energy, much like we do. Instead of consuming and digesting this bacterium, the ancestral cell somehow failed to break it down entirely. Perhaps the bacterium offered a benefit too valuable to discard. The host cell provided a protected environment and a steady supply of raw materials, while the bacterium, in turn, began to pump out adenosine triphosphate, or ATP, the universal energy currency of cells, with an efficiency far exceeding what the host could manage on its own. This wasn't a one-time accidental embrace. Over countless generations, this intimate relationship solidified. The once independent bacterium began to lose many of its genes, some migrating to the host cell's nucleus, others simply becoming redundant. It became utterly dependent on its host, and the host, in turn, became dependent on its new, super-efficient energy factory. The bacterium was no longer a bacterium. It had evolved into a mitochondrion, an indispensable organelle found in almost all eukaryotic cells, from amoebas to elephants. The evidence for this incredible origin story is compelling. Mitochondria still have their own circular DNA, distinct from the nuclear DNA, and they divide independently, much like bacteria. They also have their own ribosomes, the protein-making machinery, which are structurally similar to bacterial ribosomes, not those found in the cytoplasm of the host cell. It's like discovering that your house's power generator is actually a miniaturized, self-replicating power plant that was once a separate entity. But the story doesn't end there. For a significant subset of eukaryotes, the plants and algae, there was a second, equally profound endosymbiotic event that led to the origin of chloroplasts. After the mitochondrial merger, some of these early eukaryotic cells went on to engulf another type of bacterium, a cyanobacterium. These were the photosynthetic pioneers, capable of converting sunlight into energy, essentially inventing the process that would later fuel almost all complex life on Earth. Just like the mitochondrial story, this engulfed cyanobacterium was not digested. Instead, it took up residence within its host, providing the ability to perform photosynthesis, effectively transforming the host into a solar-powered factory. This gave rise to the algal lineages, and ultimately to all the plants that carpet our land and fill our oceans today. Chloroplasts, too, retain their own circular DNA, divide independently, and have ribosomes resembling those of cyanobacteria, a clear echo of their independent past. The implications of these two endosymbiotic events are nothing short of staggering. The acquisition of mitochondria provided eukaryotic cells with a massive boost in energy production. With far more ATP at their disposal, these new, complex cells could grow larger, move more actively, and, crucially, support more complex internal machinery. This increased energy budget was the fuel for innovation. It allowed for the evolution of more elaborate cytoskeletons, the internal scaffolding that gives cells their shape and allows for movement and transport of materials. It enabled the development of sophisticated systems for gene regulation, allowing cells to control when and where specific proteins were made, leading to greater specialization. This newfound complexity and energy efficiency were the absolute prerequisites for the next great leap in life's history: multicellularity. For billions of years, life was largely a solitary affair, single cells doing their own thing. But with the advent of the eukaryotic cell, the stage was set for cooperation on an unprecedented scale. Imagine a group of these highly organized, energy-rich eukaryotic cells deciding to stick together. Instead of each cell having to perform every single life function for itself, they could specialize. Some cells could become adept at sensing the environment, others at absorbing nutrients, some at reproduction, and others at forming protective outer layers. This division of labor is the hallmark of multicellular organisms. The journey from a single eukaryotic cell to a complex animal or plant wasn't instantaneous. It was a long, iterative process, involving many steps over hundreds of millions of years, even after the initial endosymbiotic events. One of the critical early hurdles was cell adhesion, the ability of cells to stick to each other in a stable, organized way. Then came cell communication, the sophisticated signaling pathways that allow cells in a multicellular organism to coordinate their activities. Finally, and perhaps most profoundly, was the evolution of cell differentiation, where genetically identical cells could develop into vastly different types, forming tissues and organs with specialized functions. 1 billion years ago, we were still in the relatively early phases of this grand experiment. While eukaryotic cells had certainly emerged and diversified, the true explosion of macroscopic, multicellular life, the kind we can see with the naked eye, was still hundreds of millions of years away, waiting for further evolutionary refinements, and perhaps, critically, a significant increase in atmospheric oxygen. The oceans at that time would have contained diverse single-celled eukaryotes, perhaps some simple colonies, or early multicellular forms that were essentially aggregations of similar cells rather than truly differentiated tissues. The fossil record from this period, though sparse, hints at the presence of these early eukaryotic forms, often in the form of microscopic cysts or filaments. The Eukaryotic Revolution wasn't just a single event. It was a transformative period marked by innovations that stacked upon each other, creating a cascading effect of biological potential. The emergence of the nucleus provided protection and regulation for the genetic material, allowing for larger and more complex genomes. The acquisition of mitochondria solved the energy crisis, providing the necessary fuel for cellular growth and activity. The acquisition of chloroplasts enabled the massive scale of photosynthesis that would later oxygenate the atmosphere and provide the energy base for all complex food webs. This period also saw the rise of sexual reproduction in eukaryotes, a crucial innovation that allows for the shuffling of genetic material, leading to greater genetic diversity and providing more raw material for natural selection to work with. This increased genetic diversity was another accelerant for the evolutionary process, allowing eukaryotes to adapt and diversify at a much faster rate than their prokaryotic predecessors. So, 1 billion years ago, the seeds of future complexity were already sown deep within the Earth's ancient oceans. The microbial world was slowly but surely giving way to a new era, an era defined by larger, more powerful, and more versatile cells. The Eukaryotic Revolution, propelled by the breathtaking process of endosymbiosis, laid the bedrock for everything that would follow, from the first simple sponges to the towering redwoods, and indeed to the intricate complexity of the human brain. It was a time when life learned to build more intricate machines, preparing for the grand construction project that would eventually lead to the vibrant, diverse ecosystems that define our planet today. The quiet, microscopic transformations occurring in those ancient waters were, in hindsight, the most profound architectural shifts in the entire history of life. Step back in time 1 billion years and cast your gaze upon the Earth's continents. What you would behold would be a landscape so utterly alien, so starkly devoid of the familiar hues of green and the intricate forms of life we associate with land, that it would be almost unrecognizable. Forget rolling hills covered in verdant grass, forget forests of towering trees reaching for the sky, forget the riot of color from flowers or the subtle greens of moss and ferns clinging to damp rocks. 1 billion years ago, the land was a desolate, raw, and remarkably empty place. It was a world of barren, rocky surfaces, sculpted by the relentless forces of geology and the elements, a silent, stark testament to a planet still waiting for life to conquer its terrestrial frontiers. The most striking absence, the one that would immediately leap out at anyone transported to this ancient Earth, is the complete lack of macroscopic plant life. There were no trees, no shrubs, no grasses, no flowers, and no mosses as we know them. The land was, quite simply, naked rock and dust. Imagine vast expanses of exposed bedrock, varying in color depending on their mineral composition, perhaps shades of rusty red from oxidized iron, dull grays from granite, dark blacks from basalt, or pale whites from quartz. These colors wouldn't be softened by the forgiving blanket of vegetation. Instead, they would be stark, defined by the light and shadow cast by a raw sun. The topography would be dramatic and unyielding. Mountain ranges, formed by the slow, immense collision of tectonic plates, would rise sharply, their peaks jagged and unworn by the cushioning effect of plant roots. Valleys would be gouged out by ancient rivers and glaciers, but their floors would be rocky and barren, not fertile plains. Coastlines would be devoid of the mangrove swamps or sandy beaches that characterize so many of our modern shores. Instead, they would be harsh interfaces of rock meeting water, perhaps with the occasional accumulation of eroded sediment, but no binding plant life to hold it together. The primary sculptors of this raw landscape were the non-biological forces of the planet. Wind, unhindered by the friction of trees or the dampening effect of vegetation, would whip across the land, picking up fine particles of rock and sand, blasting them against exposed surfaces in a relentless process of abrasion. This would create wind-polished rock faces, sometimes with intricate patterns carved by millennia of Aeolian erosion. Water, in the form of rain, rivers, and glaciers, would carve deep canyons and wide plains, carrying away immense loads of sediment. But these watercourses wouldn't be lined with lush riparian zones. They would be ribbons of churning water cutting through a landscape of unyielding rock. Even the soil, as we understand it today, a complex mixture of weathered rock, organic matter, water, and air, teeming with microbial and invertebrate life, didn't exist in any meaningful way. What passed for soil would have been largely pulverized rock, finely ground by mechanical weathering, with perhaps a minuscule amount of organic material contributed by the earliest, intrepid microbial pioneers. Indeed, while the land appeared barren to the naked eye, it wasn't entirely lifeless. The very first tentative steps onto land by life were taken by microbes, likely some forms of bacteria and archaea, perhaps also some simple fungi or algal mats. These were microscopic pioneers, forming thin, unassuming films or crusts on damp rock surfaces, particularly near water sources. These microbial mats, sometimes referred to as biological soil crusts, though the term soil is a stretch here, would have been patchy, perhaps forming dark, slimy smears or faint greenish-brown films where moisture allowed. However, these pioneering microbial communities, while incredibly significant for the long-term evolution of life on land, were far too small and sparsely distributed to alter the macroscopic appearance of the continents. You wouldn't see vast green carpets, nor would they have the structural integrity to prevent erosion or build up significant amounts of organic matter. Their impact on the landscape's overall visual character was negligible from a distance. The color palette of the land 1 billion years ago would have been dominated by the exposed minerals and the processes of weathering. Iron-rich rocks would have oxidized, giving vast regions a rusty red or orange hue, particularly in areas exposed to the atmosphere. Other regions might have been dominated by the grays and blacks of volcanic rock or the lighter tones of granite and sandstone. Without the softening and obscuring effect of plants, every geological fault, every ancient lava flow, every mineral vein would have been starkly visible, etched into the landscape. Sunlight would have beaten down directly on the exposed rock, heating it intensely during the day and allowing it to cool rapidly at night, contributing to physical weathering processes like thermal expansion and contraction, which would cause rocks to crack and flake. Weathered bedrock would have been the predominant surface material. This isn't quite the same as soil. Bedrock is the solid rock that underlies all the loose surface materials. Weathering is the process by which this bedrock is broken down into smaller pieces or chemically altered by exposure to the elements. 1 billion years ago, this weathering was primarily physical and chemical. Physical weathering involved processes like freeze-thaw cycles, where water expands in cracks as it freezes, breaking the rock apart, thermal expansion and contraction, and abrasion by wind and water. Chemical weathering involved reactions between the rock minerals and water or atmospheric gases. For instance, iron-bearing minerals would react with oxygen, which was slowly accumulating in the atmosphere due to the photosynthetic activity in the oceans, to form iron oxides, staining the rocks red. Without the intricate network of roots from plants to bind the weathered material, and without the rich organic acids produced by a diverse soil biome, the weathered material would have been constantly eroded and transported by wind and water, preventing the deep accumulation of anything resembling modern soil. Volcanic activity would have been a prominent feature, adding to the raw, dynamic nature of the land. Volcanoes would have erupted without the dampening effect of vegetation, spewing lava flows that would harden into vast, stark plains of black rock, and ash clouds that would settle to form barren, grey landscapes. Geothermal activity, like hot springs and geysers, might have created brightly colored mineral deposits, but again, these would be localized anomalies in a sea of unadorned rock. The atmosphere, too, played a role in shaping this barren land. While oxygen levels were rising due to the proliferation of photosynthetic microbes in the oceans, they were still significantly lower than today, perhaps around 2% of the atmosphere compared to today's 21%. This lower oxygen content would have influenced the rate and type of chemical weathering. The lack of an ozone layer, or a very thin one, meant that the land surface was bathed in intense ultraviolet radiation from the sun. This high UV radiation was another reason why complex life, especially anything attempting to photosynthesize on exposed surfaces, struggled to establish itself. Plants and animals, with their sophisticated protective mechanisms, had yet to evolve. Consider the silence. Aside from the roar of the wind, the rush of water, and the occasional seismic tremor or volcanic rumble, the land would have been profoundly silent. There would be no buzzing of insects, no chirping of birds, no rustling of leaves, no sounds of animal life. The vast continents would have been a realm of geological processes and atmospheric phenomena, utterly devoid of the biological symphony that characterizes much of our modern land masses. Over hundreds of millions of years following this period, the pioneering microbial life on land would slowly, incrementally, begin to alter these harsh conditions. They would contribute minute amounts of organic matter, slightly acidify the rock surfaces to accelerate chemical weathering, and perhaps even begin to bind some of the loose sediment. These initial, almost imperceptible changes would gradually create the very first rudimentary soils, providing a foothold for more complex life forms like lichens and early fungi. These in turn would pave the way for the first primitive land plants hundreds of millions of years later, slowly transforming the barren rock into a green and vibrant world. But 1 billion years ago, that transformation was a distant future. The Earth's land masses were a grand canvas of exposed geology, a testament to the raw power of planetary forces and a silent waiting stage for the dramatic biological acts that were yet to unfold. It was a world of austere beauty, defined by the stark lines of mountains, the raw surfaces of bedrock, and the overwhelming sense of an untamed primal planet. To visit it would be to glimpse a geological wonderland, untouched by the living tapestry that now covers our continents, a profound reminder of the immense sweep of Earth's history and the incredibly long journey life has taken to colonize every corner of our world. Imagine a journey back in time, not just a few million years, but a full billion years ago. The world would have been eerily familiar in some ways. The sun would rise and set, clouds would drift across the sky, and rain would fall. Yet, in countless other ways, it would have been profoundly alien, especially when it came to the sprawling networks of water that sculpted its nascent land masses. Picture a planet largely devoid of the vibrant greens of complex terrestrial plant life. No towering forests, no swaying grasslands, not even humble mosses clinging to rocks in the way we understand them today. This absence, perhaps more than any other single factor, dictated the very character of Earth's rivers, lakes, and inland seas a billion years ago. The continents themselves were locked in a slow, grand ballet, gradually assembling into what geologists refer to as rodinia, a supercontinent of immense proportions. This colossal landmass would have profoundly shaped the planet's hydrological cycle. Rivers, unlike their often meandering, tree-lined counterparts of today, would have been fundamentally different. Without the tenacious grasp of root systems to stabilize riverbanks, the waterways of a billion years ago were typically wide, shallow, and highly unstable. They were frequently of the braided variety, a chaotic network of shifting channels weaving around numerous temporary sandbars and gravel islands. The sheer volume of sediment they carried meant that the riverbeds and banks were in a constant state of flux, eroding in one spot only to deposit in another, creating dynamic, ever-changing fluvial landscapes. True meandering rivers, which rely on the cohesive strength of vegetated banks to maintain their sinuous paths, would have been far less common. Any sinuosity that did exist would have been limited to areas where naturally cohesive, fine-grained sediments or robust microbial mats offered some degree of resistance to the water's relentless erosive power. The floodplains associated with these rivers would have been vast, often barren expanses, regularly inundated and stripped of any nascent soils, contrasting sharply with the fertile, vegetated floodplains we are accustomed to today. Lakes, too, would have dotted the landscape, often forming in tectonically active regions such as rift valleys, where the continental crust was stretching and pulling apart, or within intermontane basins nestled between rising mountain ranges. The lives of these ancient lakes were, in many cases, ephemeral. The extremely high rates of sediment supply from the unvegetated highlands meant that many lakes were rapidly filled in, becoming vast plains of deposited sediment. Some, particularly in arid or semi-arid regions, might have been saline, accumulating dissolved salts from their catchments through evaporation, leading to the formation of impressive evaporate deposits like gypsum or halite. Unlike today's lakes, which often support complex aquatic ecosystems with fish and diverse invertebrates, the freshwater lakes of 1 billion years ago would have been dominated by microbial life. Vast communities of bacteria and archaea, often forming slimy, gelatinous mats along the shorelines and lakebeds. And then there were the inland seas, shallow epicontinental bodies of water that periodically inundated significant portions of the continents as sea levels rose or as the land masses experienced subsidence. Imagine vast, sun-drenched seaways far removed from the deep oceanic trenches. These were often the sites of prolific microbial activity, with stromatolites, layered structures built by microbial communities, forming extensive reefs in the shallow, sunlit waters. The chemistry of these inland seas, and indeed the global oceans, was evolving. While the very early Earth's oceans were significantly different, by 1 billion years ago, oxygen levels in the atmosphere and surface waters were on a gradual rise, leading to less dissolved iron and silica compared to earlier eons. However, deep ocean waters might still have been anoxic or euxinic, sulfide-rich, influencing the types of sediments that accumulated. Tides, a powerful force shaping coastal environments, would have been even more pronounced than they are today. The Moon was closer to Earth 1 billion years ago, meaning its gravitational pull was stronger, resulting in more extreme tidal ranges. This would have subjected coastal zones, estuaries, and the margins of inland seas to powerful, twice-daily surges and retreats of water, further shaping their geomorphology and the distribution of sediments. The movement of sediment across this ancient landscape was a spectacle of raw geological power, largely unmitigated by the biological stabilizers we see today. Sediment transport is a multi-stage process, beginning with the breakdown of source rock through weathering, followed by the physical movement of the weathered material, and finally its deposition. 1 billion years ago, these processes operated under conditions markedly different from the present day. Physical weathering, the mechanical breakdown of rocks, was a dominant force. Frost wedging, where water seeps into cracks, freezes and expands, would have been effective in regions experiencing freezing temperatures, potentially at higher latitudes or altitudes. Thermal expansion and contraction, the repeated heating and cooling of rock surfaces, could lead to fracturing, particularly in areas with significant diurnal temperature swings. Salt wedging, driven by the crystallization of salts in rock pores, would have been potent in arid or semi-arid environments with evaporitic conditions. Abrasion, the grinding and scouring of rock by wind-blown sand or waterborne particles, was constant and widespread. The mountain ranges being built during the assembly of Rodinia, such as those associated with the Grenville Orogeny in what is now eastern North America, presented vast areas of high relief, providing ample raw material for the relentless forces of weathering and erosion. Chemical weathering, the decomposition of rocks through chemical reactions, was also at play, though its specific character was influenced by the evolving Earth system. Dissolution, where soluble minerals simply dissolve in water, would have been significant. Hydrolysis, the reaction of water with silicate minerals, was crucial in breaking down the fundamental building blocks of Earth's crust. Oxidation, the reaction of minerals with oxygen, was becoming increasingly important as atmospheric oxygen levels slowly climbed. While not at present-day levels, the Great Oxidation Event had already occurred hundreds of millions of years earlier, and the atmosphere by 1 billion years ago was sufficiently oxygenated for some iron-rich minerals to oxidize and for certain chemical weathering processes to proceed. Atmospheric carbon dioxide levels were likely higher than pre-industrial levels, although perhaps not as high as in the very early Earth. This elevated carbon dioxide would have dissolved in rainwater to form carbonic acid, a weak but persistent acid that accelerates the chemical breakdown of silicate rocks. This process, known as silicate weathering, is a fundamental long-term control on Earth's climate, as it draws down atmospheric carbon dioxide and locks it into mineral forms, acting as a powerful geological thermostat. Once weathered, the fragmented rock material, or sediment, was transported across the land. Water was the primary mover. Rivers, as already described, were colossal conveyors of sediment. Their high energy and lack of bank stabilization allowed them to transport enormous volumes of sand, gravel, and finer silts and clays. These sediments were constantly being reworked within the channel and deposited as vast, shifting bars and braided river plains. Wind, too, played a far more significant role in sediment transport than it does today, especially in arid regions. With no extensive vegetation to anchor the ground, vast expanses of bare rock and regolith were exposed to the incessant action of the wind, leading to widespread aeolian transport of sand, forming impressive dune fields, and even finer dust, which would have been lofted high into the atmosphere and transported globally. These dust plumes would have had significant impacts on atmospheric chemistry and could have fertilized distant oceans. While the major snowball Earth glaciations were still some time in the future, regional glaciations could have occurred, and if so, these powerful ice sheets would have ground down bedrock, transported vast quantities of glacial till, and created characteristic outwash plains as meltwater streams carried away the finer debris. The depositional environments of 1 billion years ago reflected these unique transport mechanisms. Fluvial deposits would have been dominated by extensive sandstone and conglomerate layers, often exhibiting prominent cross-bedding structures formed by the migration of sand dunes and bars within the river channels. Fine-grained mudstones, typically associated with floodplains today, would have been less common or less preserved in floodplains due to the lack of vegetation to trap and retain them. Lacustrine deposits in ancient lakes would have varied depending on the lake's depth and chemistry. Deeper parts might have accumulated fine-grained shales and mudstones, while shallower margins would have seen sandstones. If the lakes were saline and experienced high evaporation rates, impressive evaporate deposits like halite and gypsum would have formed. Marine deposits in the shallow inland seas would have been rich in carbonates, particularly limestones and dolomites, often built by microbial communities forming stromatolites. Shales and sandstones would have accumulated in areas with higher clastic input or in deeper marine settings. Submarine landslides would have generated turbidite deposits in the deeper basins, where coarser sediments slid down slopes into quieter waters. Crucially, the role of microbial mats cannot be overstated. While not the complex plants we associate with ecosystems today, these communities of cyanobacteria and other microorganisms formed cohesive, slimy layers on sediments in shallow aquatic environments or periodically wet areas. These mats, though simple, provided a degree of stabilization to the sediment surface, reducing erosion locally and influencing the formation of specific sedimentary structures. They also contributed to the nascent organic matter content in sediments, laying the groundwork for future fossil fuel formation, albeit on a scale far removed from later periods. Finally, the climate of 1 billion years ago exerted a profound influence on erosion. This period, within the Proterozoic eon, was dynamic, oscillating between warmer and cooler phases. While the truly dramatic snowball Earth events of the Cryogenian period were still a couple of 100 million years away, there is geological evidence for regional glaciations during parts of the Proterozoic, which would have significantly altered erosion patterns. Generally, higher global temperatures would have accelerated chemical weathering rates, while increased precipitation would have led to higher rates of runoff and fluvial erosion. Arid conditions, conversely, would have promoted wind erosion. The configuration of the Rhodinian supercontinent would have created diverse climate zones, vast interior deserts far from oceanic moisture, coastal areas experiencing monsoonal rainfall, and potentially polar ice caps depending on the continent's position. Atmospheric composition was a key driver of weathering and erosion. Oxygen levels, while rising, were still significantly lower than today, perhaps around 10 to 20% of present levels. This would have influenced the rate and extent of oxidation reactions in chemical weathering. Conversely, carbon dioxide levels were likely higher than pre-industrial levels, leading to more acidic rainwater. This heightened acidity would have accelerated the breakdown of silicate rocks, a process that, over geological timescales, draws down carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and influences the long-term carbon cycle and global climate. But the single most impactful climatic and environmental factor influencing erosion was, without doubt, the virtual absence of complex land plants. This had cascading effects. Without roots to bind the regolith, there was no true soil as we understand it today. Instead, the land surface was composed of loose rock fragments and weathered debris, making it highly susceptible to erosion. Rain would have hit the bare ground with full force, dislodging particles and initiating sheet erosion, a process where a thin layer of topsoil is removed evenly from a slope. There was no canopy to intercept rainfall, no dense network of roots to create stable riverbanks, and no significant organic matter input to form robust soils. This lack of terrestrial vegetation meant that rivers carried far higher sediment loads, leading to their characteristic braided morphology. Furthermore, the vast expanses of unvegetated land allowed wind to pick up and transport enormous quantities of dust, which would have affected atmospheric composition and nutrient cycling in the oceans. The Earth of 1 billion years ago was a world shaped by the unbridled power of geological forces, with water and wind acting as supreme sculptors of a largely barren, ever-eroding, and ever-depositing surface. The slow emergence of life in its simplest forms was beginning to lay the groundwork for the planet we know. But the land itself remained a wild, untamed frontier. To truly grasp what Earth looked like 1 billion years ago, one must delve into the very fabric of its existence, the rocks and minerals that formed its crust and mantle. These silent witnesses hold the profound story of a world undergoing immense transformation, a narrative etched in their crystalline structures, chemical compositions, and the very layers in which they are found. The Earth of 1 billion years ago was a planet of intense geological activity, a crucible where familiar rock types were forged under conditions that were both similar to and profoundly different from those of today. Let's consider the common rock types that would have dominated the ancient landscape. Igneous rocks, formed from the cooling and solidification of molten rock or magma, were omnipresent. Basalts, dark and fine-grained, would have poured forth from rift zones where continents were beginning to pull apart, and from the mid-ocean ridges where new oceanic crust was continually being generated. Vast flood basalts, erupting from mantle plumes, might have covered enormous tracts of land, much like the Siberian traps or Deccan traps of later periods, but on a scale perhaps even grander, given the heightened internal heat of the Earth. In areas of continental collision and subduction, where oceanic crust was diving beneath continental margins, the intense heat and pressure would have melted parts of the overriding crust, generating more silica-rich magmas. These would have cooled slowly deep beneath the surface to form coarse-grained intrusive rocks like granites and granodiorites, the very foundation of new continental landmasses. Accompanying these granitic intrusions would have been volcanic eruptions at the surface, spewing out lavas of intermediate composition like andesites or more felsic rhyolites, characteristic of volcanic arcs found along convergent plate boundaries. The remnants of these ancient volcanic chains and granite batholiths are still found today within the hearts of ancient continents. Metamorphic rocks, formed when existing rocks are transformed by intense heat, pressure, or chemically active fluids, were equally abundant. The forces involved in the assembly of the supercontinent Rodinia, which involved numerous continental collisions and mountain-building events, would have subjected vast volumes of rock to regional metamorphism. Deeply buried sedimentary and igneous rocks would have recrystallized, developing new mineral assemblages and distinctive textures. Imagine shales transforming into slates, then schists, and finally high-grade gneisses, often characterized by their banded appearance. Quartz-rich sandstones would have been metamorphosed into hard, durable quartzites, while ancient limestones, under sufficient heat and pressure, would have recrystallized into marbles. These rocks would have formed the cores of nascent mountain ranges, later to be exposed through erosion, revealing the scars of ancient tectonic upheavals. Contact metamorphism, where hot magma bakes the surrounding country rock, would have created aureoles of altered rock around igneous intrusions. Sedimentary rocks, formed from the accumulation and cementation of weathered and eroded material, tell a different story, one of surface processes and the interaction between the land, water, and atmosphere. Clastic sedimentary rocks would have been ubiquitous. Sandstones, composed largely of quartz grains, often rounded by aeons of transport, would have formed vast deposits in ancient river systems and along coastal plains. Given the absence of complex land plants, the erosion rates would have been exceptionally high, meaning rivers carried immense sediment loads, leading to the formation of thick sequences of sandstones and conglomerates, the latter composed of coarser pebbles and cobbles. Shales, formed from compacted mud and clay, would have been deposited in quieter water environments like lakes and deep marine basins. However, without the binding action of roots, the preservation potential of fine-grained mud on floodplains would have been lower. Beyond clastics, chemical sedimentary rocks played a critical role. Carbonates, primarily limestones and dolomites, were widely deposited in warm, shallow epicontinental seas. These extensive carbonate platforms were often the domain of microbial life, with vast, layered structures known as stromatolites, built by communities of cyanobacteria, forming impressive reef-like structures. These biomediated deposits are incredibly important for understanding the history of life and ocean chemistry. In restricted basins or drying lakes, evaporites like halite, rock salt, and gypsum, hydrated calcium sulfate, would have precipitated as the waters became supersaturated due to intense evaporation. Another significant chemical sedimentary rock, though less prevalent at 1 billion years ago than in the earlier Archean and Paleoproterozoic, were banded iron formations, BIFs. These distinctive rocks, characterized by alternating layers of iron-rich minerals and chert, microcrystalline silica, were a hallmark of an anoxic early ocean and a low-oxygen atmosphere. While the peak of BIF deposition had passed by 1 billion years ago due to the Great Oxidation Event, local conditions could still have led to their formation, or older BIFs would have been present in the exposed continental crust. As atmospheric oxygen continued its slow ascent, the stage was being set for the widespread formation of red beds, reddish sandstones and shales colored by oxidized iron minerals, which would become more common in later periods. The key to unlocking the secrets of these ancient rocks lies in the study of Earth's ancient cratons. What exactly are cratons? They are the stable, immensely old cores of continents, remnants of the earliest continental crust that have largely escaped significant deformation and metamorphism since their formation. Think of them as the geological equivalent of ancient strongboxes, preserving priceless records of Earth's deep history. Examples include parts of the Canadian Shield, the Siberian Platform, the various cratons within Australia, like the Pilbara and Yilgarn, and the Kapval Craton in South Africa. While the initial formation of many cratons predates 1 billion years ago, their edges and the rocks accreted onto them during subsequent continental assembly, such as the Grenville Orogeny, which formed part of Rodinia, provide direct evidence of the geological processes occurring at that time. These cratons are of paramount importance because they act as geological time capsules. By studying the rocks and structures preserved within them, geologists can piece together the complex jigsaw puzzle of early Earth processes. They reveal the nature of ancient plate tectonics, the assembly and breakup of supercontinents like Rodinia, the evolution of the atmosphere and oceans, and even the earliest forms of life. The evidence gleaned from these ancient landmasses is multifaceted. Geologists examine the specific rock types present. The presence of distinctive igneous assemblages can indicate past subduction zones where continental margins were active, or ancient rift zones where continents were pulling apart. The metamorphic grades of rocks tell us about the pressures and temperatures they experienced, revealing the depths of ancient mountain roots. Sedimentary sequences record the nature of ancient environments, shallow marine platforms, vast river systems, or even glacial deposits. Beyond the types of rocks, isotopic signatures within minerals provide incredibly precise dating for these ancient events. Radiometric dating techniques such as uranium-lead, UPB, samarium-neodymium, SEM-ND, and rubidium-strontium, RBSR dating allow geologists to determine the exact age of rock formation and metamorphic events, providing a chronological framework for Earth's history. Furthermore, the isotopic ratios of lighter elements like carbon, sulfur, and iron within ancient minerals and rocks can provide crucial clues about the chemistry of the ancient atmosphere and oceans. For instance, variations in carbon isotopes can indicate past episodes of significant microbial activity, while sulfur isotopes can shed light on the prevalence of anoxic conditions in the oceans or the activity of sulfate-reducing bacteria. Structural features within cratonic rocks also speak volumes. The presence of intensely folded and faulted rock layers, accompanied by distinct foliation patterns, a planar arrangement of minerals, provides undeniable evidence of ancient mountain-building events, or orogenies, where immense compressive forces deformed the crust. Paleocurrent indicators within sedimentary rocks, such as cross-bedding orientations or ripple marks, allow geologists to reconstruct the direction of ancient rivers and ocean currents. Even the orientation of magnetic minerals within ancient rocks can provide information about the Earth's paleomagnetic field, offering insights into the past positions of continents relative to the poles. By meticulously mapping these features, geologists reconstruct the immense scale and direction of geological forces that shaped Rodinia. Finally, the specific mineral assemblages found within cratonic rocks are like precise thermometers and barometers, indicating the pressure, temperature, and chemical conditions under which the rocks formed. For example, the presence of certain metamorphic index minerals like garnet, staurolite, kyanite, sillimanite, or andalusite can pinpoint the exact pressure-temperature path experienced by the rock during metamorphism. The formation of minerals, the basic building blocks of rocks, is a story intimately tied to the prevailing conditions of 1 billion years ago. One of the most fundamental processes of mineral formation is crystallization from magma. As molten rock cools, whether deep within the Earth's crust, forming intrusive igneous rocks like granite, or erupted onto the surface, forming extrusive igneous rocks like basalt, minerals begin to grow and interlock. The rate of cooling dictates the size of the crystals. Slow cooling allows for the growth of large, visible crystals, while rapid cooling results in fine-grained or even glassy textures. The minerals that crystallize first are typically rich in iron and magnesium, like olivine and pyroxene, while later forming minerals are progressively richer in silica, like quartz and feldspar. This process was continually happening 1 billion years ago, wherever there was volcanic activity, whether at active subduction zones, spreading oceanic ridges, or continental rift valleys. Another significant pathway for mineral formation was precipitation from water. In evaporating basins or drying lakes, as water becomes supersaturated with dissolved salts, evaporate minerals like halite, sodium chloride, and gypsum, hydrated calcium sulfate, would have crystallized out of solution. These deposits represent ancient episodes of intense aridity. Chemical precipitation from seawater or lake water was also responsible for the formation of chert, a microcrystalline form of silica, which could precipitate directly from solution or replace other minerals. Crucially, the formation of carbonates, calcite and dolomite, the primary minerals in limestone, was profoundly influenced by biological activity. While inorganic precipitation occurred, vast quantities of carbonates were formed through the actions of microbial communities, particularly cyanobacteria, which trapped and bound sediment particles, or directly facilitated the precipitation of calcium carbonate, leading to the formation of stromatolites. In the deep ocean, particularly around hydrothermal vents along mid-ocean ridges, superheated, mineral-rich fluids would have spewed forth, precipitating various sulfide minerals containing iron, copper, and zinc, forming massive sulfide deposits. Finally, the powerful forces of heat and pressure caused by plate tectonics were responsible for creating a vast array of metamorphic minerals. During regional metamorphism, which occurs over large areas due to plate collisions and mountain building, existing minerals are unstable under the new conditions of elevated temperature and pressure. They recrystallize, and new minerals grow, often with a distinct preferred orientation, giving the rock a foliated texture. Minerals like garnet, staurolite, kyanite, sillimanite, and andalusite are classic examples of metamorphic minerals, their presence indicating the immense forces at play. Contact metamorphism occurs on a smaller scale, where hot magma intrudes cooler country rock, altering the surrounding minerals in a distinct aureole. Moreover, chemically active fluids, often derived from magmatic sources or expelled during metamorphism, can cause metasomatism, a process where the chemical composition of the rock is significantly altered by the introduction or removal of elements, leading to the growth of new minerals. The role of primitive life in mineral formation, while not as pervasive as in later eons, was nonetheless significant 1 billion years ago. Microbial mats, dominated by cyanobacteria, were the primary drivers of carbonate precipitation in shallow marine environments, constructing the impressive stromatolite reefs that are still preserved in many ancient rocks. These microscopic organisms, through their metabolic processes, altered the local chemistry of the water, favoring the deposition of calcium carbonate. While less direct, the evolving atmospheric and oceanic chemistry, particularly the gradual rise in oxygen levels, had a profound impact on the stability and formation of certain minerals. The transition from an anoxic to a more oxygenated environment influenced the solubility of iron and led to changes in the type and distribution of iron-bearing minerals in sedimentary rocks. The slow dance between geological processes, chemical reactions, and the burgeoning microbial life of 1 billion years ago laid the mineralogical foundation for the planet we inhabit today, a testament to Earth's dynamic and ever-evolving nature. 1 billion years ago, the Earth was in a state of dynamic flux, a grand transition between two colossal landmasses. The supercontinent known as Columbia, sometimes called Nuna, was in the throes of its dramatic breakup, while the next great supercontinent, Rodinia, was beginning its slow, majestic assembly. Picture this immense geological ballet unfolding over hundreds of millions of years, driven by the slow, churning currents within the Earth's mantle. Columbia, having formed around 2 billion to 1.8 billion years ago, had been a relatively stable behemoth for a considerable stretch of Earth's history. It represented a significant milestone in the planet's evolution, bringing together many of the early continental fragments, known as cratons, that still form the ancient cores of our modern continents. These cratons, like the ancestral North America, Laurentia, Siberia, Baltica, parts of modern Europe, Amazonia, South America, and fragments of what would become Africa, Australia, and Antarctica, had been stitched together into a single, vast landmass. But no supercontinent lasts forever. The immense heat trapped within the Earth's interior, constantly seeking release, drives the engine of plate tectonics. Over time, this heat can build up beneath the thick crust of a supercontinent, causing it to dome upwards, stretch, and eventually crack. Around 1.4 billion years ago, the first signs of Columbia's demise began to appear. Imagine gigantic cracks, thousands of kilometers long, snaking across the supercontinent's surface. These cracks, known as rifts, were not merely surface features. They extended deep into the Earth's crust, allowing molten rock, or magma, to rise from the mantle below. This rising magma would have erupted onto the surface as vast outpourings of basaltic lava, forming what geologists call large igneous provinces, or lips. These events were truly cataclysmic, dwarfing any volcanic eruptions we've witnessed in recorded human history. One such event, the Franklin LIP, around 1.2 billion years ago, is strongly associated with the rifting of Laurentia from other parts of Columbia. These immense igneous provinces, preserved as thick layers of ancient basalt and vast networks of dikes, magma-filled cracks that solidify underground, are a powerful piece of geological evidence for the breakup of supercontinents. Their distinctive chemical signatures and their precisely dated ages, found on widely separated modern continents, are like ancient breadcrumbs leading geologists back to a time when these land masses were intimately connected. By 1 billion years ago, Columbia was well into its fragmentation. The rifts had widened into nascent ocean basins, and the pieces of the former supercontinent were slowly drifting apart, pulled by the relentless forces of seafloor spreading. Think of it like a massive jigsaw puzzle being slowly dismantled, with new ocean crust forming in the widening gaps between the pieces. For instance, Laurentia, the core of modern North America, was moving away from what would become parts of South America and Africa. This period was characterized by significant extensional tectonics, meaning the Earth's crust was being stretched and pulled apart. This process also led to the formation of vast sedimentary basins along the newly forming continental margins, as rivers carried eroded material from the land into the subsiding rifts and nascent oceans. These thick sequences of sedimentary rocks, often rich in sandstones and shales, are another vital clue for geologists. When similar sequences are found on continents now separated by thousands of kilometers of ocean, it provides compelling evidence that they were once part of the same landmass, sharing a common geological history. But as some landmasses drifted apart, others began to converge. The pieces of Columbia, having traveled across new ocean basins, eventually encountered other continental fragments or oceanic crust, leading to subduction. Subduction is the process where one tectonic plate slides beneath another, descending into the Earth's mantle. This is where the assembly of Rodinia truly began. As oceanic crust was consumed beneath continental margins, island arcs formed, much like modern volcanic island chains in the Pacific. Eventually, the continents themselves would collide. The formation of Rodinia, which reached its maximum extent around 900 million to 800 million years ago, was not a single, sudden event, but rather a protracted series of continental collisions. These collisions were immense, generating enormous compressive forces that crumpled and thickened the Earth's crust, giving rise to vast mountain ranges. The most prominent example of this mountain building around 1 billion years ago is the Grenville Orogeny, a massive event that saw Laurentia collide with other continental blocks, including parts of what would become Amazonia and Baltica. The remnants of the Grenville Orogeny are found today across eastern North America, Greenland, Scandinavia, and even parts of Australia and Antarctica, demonstrating the global scale of Rodinia's formation. These ancient mountain belts, now largely eroded down to their roots, are characterized by highly deformed and metamorphosed rocks, evidence of the incredible pressures and temperatures they endured during collision. The presence of these distinctive rock types and structures, with their specific ages and orientations, allows geologists to piece together the complex jigsaw puzzle of ancient supercontinents. The geological evidence for these ancient supercontinent cycles is a triumph of scientific detective work. relying on a multitude of complementary techniques. Beyond the igneous provinces, sedimentary basins, and orogenic belts, paleomagnetism plays a critical role. Imagine rocks acting like tiny compasses, recording the Earth's magnetic field at the time they formed. By analyzing the remnant magnetism in ancient rocks from different continental blocks, scientists can determine their paleolatitude, their distance from the ancient equator, and their relative orientation. If rocks of the same age from different continents show matching paleomagnetic signatures, it strongly suggests they were once contiguous. As these landmasses drift apart, their paleomagnetic signatures diverge, providing a precise record of their movements over hundreds of millions of years. It's like having a historical GPS tracker embedded in the rocks themselves. Another powerful tool is detrital zircon geochronology. Zircons are incredibly tough and resistant minerals, and they often contain tiny traces of radioactive elements like uranium, which decay into lead at a predictable rate. By measuring the ratio of uranium to lead in individual zircon grains found in sedimentary rocks, geologists can determine the age of the rocks from which the zircons were originally eroded. If a sedimentary basin on one continent contains a specific distribution of zircon ages that matches the ages of rocks on a distant continent, it implies that those two continents were once close enough for rivers to transport sediment between them, or that they shared a common source region. This technique helps to connect the dots across vast geological distances. These processes of supercontinent formation and breakup are not random events, but are part of a grand, cyclical pattern known as the Supercontinent Cycle, often described within the broader framework of the Wilson Cycle. The Wilson Cycle, named after Canadian geophysicist John Tuzo Wilson, describes the opening and closing of ocean basins. It begins with the rifting of a continent, leading to the formation of a new ocean. This ocean then widens over millions of years as new oceanic crust is generated at mid-ocean ridges. Eventually, the ocean begins to close as oceanic crust is consumed at subduction zones. Finally, the continental landmasses on either side of the ocean collide, forming a new supercontinent and often a vast mountain range. This cycle of opening and closing takes hundreds of millions of years, typically around 300 million to 500 million years for a full supercontinent cycle. The transition from Columbia to Rodinia, occurring around 1 billion years ago, fits perfectly within this long-term tectonic rhythm. It illustrates a crucial phase where the Earth was consolidating its fragmented landmasses after a period of dispersal. The ultimate driving force behind these immense cycles is the convection of the Earth's mantle. Imagine the mantle as a thick, viscous fluid, slowly churning beneath the rigid plates of the Earth's crust. Hot material rises from the deep mantle, spreads out beneath the lithosphere, the crust and uppermost mantle, and then cools and sinks back down. These convection currents exert drag on the overlying plates, pulling them apart at mid-ocean ridges and pulling them down at subduction zones. The exact mechanisms by which mantle convection drives the supercontinent cycle are still an active area of research, but it is clear that variations in these convection patterns influence when and where supercontinents form and break apart. For example, a concentration of heat beneath a supercontinent can lead to mantle plumes that initiate rifting, while large-scale downwellings in the mantle can pull continents together. The supercontinent cycle has profound implications for Earth's climate, ocean chemistry, and even the evolution of life. The breakup of a supercontinent, with its associated widespread volcanism at mid-ocean ridges and rift zones, can release vast amounts of greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, potentially leading to warmer global climates. Conversely, the assembly of a supercontinent, with its attendant mountain building, exposes vast amounts of fresh rock to weathering. Chemical weathering, particularly the reaction of silicate minerals with atmospheric carbon dioxide and water, removes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. This can lead to a drawdown of atmospheric carbon dioxide, potentially contributing to global cooling and even ice ages. 1 billion years ago, as Rodinia was assembling, the increased mountain building from the Grenville Orogeny and other collisions would have exposed vast areas of fresh rock to weathering, potentially drawing down atmospheric carbon dioxide and contributing to climate shifts that would culminate in the later snowball Earth events of the Neoproterozoic. The movement and configuration of supercontinents also influence ocean currents and the distribution of marine nutrients, which in turn affect marine ecosystems. Thus, the slow, ponderous dance of the supercontinents, driven by the deep forces of the Earth's interior, has shaped not only the physical appearance of our planet, but also the very conditions that allowed life to evolve and diversify over geological time. A billion years ago, the Earth was a planet in the throes of immense geological turmoil, a time when colossal forces were shaping its surface on a scale almost unimaginable today. This was a period defined by monumental mountain-building events, or orogenies, as the fragments of the dissolving supercontinent Columbia began to reassemble into the nascent Rodinia. Imagine a world dominated by fresh, rugged, towering mountain ranges, stretching for thousands of kilometers across the land masses. These were not the verdant, forest-clad mountains we see today. Instead, they were raw, angular, and largely barren, a testament to the sheer power of continental collision and the relentless work of weathering and erosion in a world yet to be colonized by complex land plants. The most significant and well-documented mountain-building event around 1 billion years ago was the Grenville Orogeny. This colossal process unfolded over hundreds of millions of years, from about 1.3 billion to 1 billion years ago, with its peak intensity occurring around 1.1 to 1.0 billion years ago. To understand how mountains like the Grenville formed, we need to delve into the fundamental processes of plate tectonics. As the pieces of the former supercontinent Columbia drifted apart, new oceans opened up. However, these ocean basins were not destined to last forever. Eventually, the spreading ocean floor began to converge, and the denser oceanic crust was forced to dive beneath the lighter, more buoyant continental crust in a process called subduction. Imagine one gigantic conveyor belt of rock slowly descending into the Earth's mantle. This subduction process often leads to the formation of volcanic island arcs, much like the modern Aleutian Islands, as magma generated from the melting of the subducting slab rises to the surface. As the ocean basin between two converging continental landmasses continued to shrink due to subduction, the stage was set for a cataclysmic collision. Unlike oceanic crust, continental crust is too buoyant to be subducted deep into the mantle. When two continental blocks collide, the result is an immense pileup of crustal material. Think of two slow-moving freight trains colliding head-on. The force is unimaginable, and the material crumples, folds, and breaks. This is precisely what happened during the Grenville Orogeny. Laurentia, the ancient core of North America, collided with other major continental blocks, including parts of what would become Amazonia, South America, and Baltica, Europe, among others. The mechanism of mountain formation during such a collision involves several key processes. Firstly, the immense compressive forces cause the continental crust to shorten and thicken dramatically. This thickening is achieved through intense folding, where layers of rock are bent and warped into spectacular arches and troughs. Simultaneously, large-scale thrust faulting occurs, where massive blocks of crust are pushed up and over other blocks along low-angle faults. Imagine giant slabs of rock being stacked upon one another, like enormous geological pancakes. This crustal stacking can effectively double or even triple the thickness of the continental crust in the collision zone. For example, the Grenville mountain range, at its peak, likely had crustal thicknesses comparable to or even exceeding those found beneath the modern Himalayas, which are currently the highest mountains on Earth. Secondly, the deep burial and intense pressures and temperatures associated with such a collision cause existing rocks to undergo metamorphism. This is a fundamental geological process where rocks are transformed in the solid state without melting. Original sedimentary, igneous, or older metamorphic rocks are recrystallized, and their mineral compositions and textures change dramatically. Common metamorphic rocks found in ancient mountain belts include gneiss, often characterized by distinctive banding, schist, foliated rocks with visible mineral grains like mica, and quartzite, metamorphosed sandstone. The specific types and grades of metamorphic rocks found in a mountain belt provide valuable clues about the pressures, temperatures, and depths to which they were subjected. The Grenville province today is characterized by vast exposures of high-grade metamorphic rocks, indicating the extreme conditions that prevailed during its formation. Thirdly, mountain building is intimately linked with igneous activity. As the crust thickens and melts due to the increased pressure and temperature, or as magma is generated above the subducting slab, molten rock rises through the crust. This magma often solidifies underground to form large, intrusive igneous bodies known as batholiths, typically composed of granitic rocks. These resistant granitic cores often form the heart of major mountain ranges. Additionally, volcanic eruptions can occur on the surface, though intense erosion often removes these surface expressions over geological time, leaving behind the deeper, intrusive rocks. At its zenith, around 1 billion years ago, the Grenville Mountains would have presented a truly awe-inspiring, albeit desolate, landscape. These were not isolated peaks, but a vast, interconnected mountain range stretching for thousands of kilometers, perhaps from what is now eastern North America, across Greenland and into Scandinavia. Their heights would have rivaled or surpassed the Himalayas, with jagged, snow-capped peaks, depending on the climate of the time, and deep, narrow valleys. Given the lack of complex land plants, the slopes would have been bare rock and loose scree, prone to massive landslides and rockfalls. The dominant colors would have been the browns, grays, and reds of exposed rock, possibly stained green or black by microbial mats in wetter areas. The relentless forces of erosion immediately begin to work on newly formed mountains, breaking them down and transporting their material. 1 billion years ago, the patterns of weathering would have been significantly different from today, primarily due to the almost complete absence of complex land plants. Land plants, with their extensive root systems, are incredibly powerful agents of physical weathering, prying apart rocks and stabilizing soil. Their decaying organic matter also contributes significantly to chemical weathering by producing organic acids. Without this biological component, physical weathering processes would have been dominant and highly efficient. Freeze-thaw cycles, for example, would have been a major player in regions experiencing temperature fluctuations above and below freezing. Water seeping into cracks in the rocks would expand when it froze, exerting immense pressure and gradually prying the rock apart. Repeated cycles would shatter large boulders into smaller fragments. Similarly, thermal expansion and contraction, particularly in arid or exposed mountainous environments with large diurnal temperature swings, would cause the outer layers of rocks to expand and contract, leading to exfoliation, the peeling off of rock layers, much like an onion. Abrasion by wind and water would have also been paramount. With no vegetation to bind the surface, strong winds would have picked up and carried vast quantities of sand and dust, effectively sandblasting exposed rock surfaces. This aeolian, wind-driven erosion would have contributed to the breakdown of rocks and the formation of unique landforms. Water, in the form of rain, rivers, and wave action along ancient coastlines, would have been the primary agent of erosion and transport. Rivers, unconstrained by vegetation, would have likely been wider, shallower, and more prone to braiding patterns, carrying enormous loads of coarser sediment, sands, gravels, and boulders from the mountains to the basins. Imagine vast, braided rivers carving through the landscape, depositing enormous alluvial fans at the foot of the mountains. The sediment produced would have been coarser and less chemically altered compared to today, as physical processes dominated. Chemical weathering, though less influenced by biology, would still have been active. Hydrolysis, the reaction of water with silicate minerals, the most abundant minerals in Earth's crust, would have been a major process, slowly breaking down rocks into clays and dissolving soluble ions. Oxidation, particularly the reaction of iron-bearing minerals with atmospheric oxygen, would have led to the characteristic reddish or brownish staining of many ancient rocks, essentially rusting. Dissolution, where soluble minerals simply dissolve in water, would also have occurred. Furthermore, the extensive volcanism associated with the supercontinent breakup and assembly, as mentioned in the previous section, would have released significant amounts of sulfur dioxide and other gases into the atmosphere. These gases could have reacted with water vapor to form sulfuric acid rain, potentially making the rain more acidic than today, thereby enhancing chemical weathering rates. The result of this intense weathering in a pre-vegetation world was a landscape dominated by vast expanses of loose sediment. There would have been extensive areas of bare rock in the mountains and highlands, transitioning to broad plains of sand and gravel, possibly punctuated by wind-blown dune fields in arid regions. Rivers would have delivered tremendous volumes of sediment to the newly forming continental margins and ocean basins, contributing to the thick sedimentary sequences that are part of the geological record. This high sediment flux would have impacted ocean chemistry, delivering dissolved minerals and nutrients that were vital for the early marine microbial life that was slowly evolving. The mountain building and subsequent erosion around 1 billion years ago had profound consequences beyond shaping the land. The intense weathering of vast, newly uplifted mountain ranges would have drawn down significant amounts of atmospheric carbon dioxide, as the chemical reactions involved in weathering consume carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. This drawdown of greenhouse gases could have contributed to a global cooling trend that eventually led to the dramatic snowball Earth glaciations that would grip the planet later in the Neoproterozoic era. The input of nutrients from the weathered mountains into the oceans would have also fueled the early marine ecosystems, possibly contributing to the expansion of microbial life and the later evolutionary bursts. Thus, the towering, rugged mountains of 1 billion years ago, born of immense geological forces, were not just static features of the landscape, but active participants in the Earth's global climate and the trajectory of early life. They were a testament to a raw, untamed Earth, a planet still sculpting itself, laying the foundations for the complex world we know today. 1 billion years ago, our planet was an alien world, almost unrecognizable from the vibrant, life-filled blue marble we inhabit today. It was a time of profound, yet often imperceptibly slow, transformation, a chapter in Earth's epic story that laid the groundwork for everything that followed. While life existed, it was largely microscopic, clinging to the microbial mats and ancient ocean floor. The continents, though present, were on a grand, stately journey, drifting across the globe, driven by the deep, simmering forces within the planet. The air was thinner, the oceans held different secrets, and the stage was being set for the grand drama of complex life. Understanding what Earth looked like then, and how it began to change, offers a humbling perspective on the immense timescales over which our world has evolved. Imagine a time when the continents, those immense rafts of rock that make up our familiar land masses, weren't arranged as they are today. 1 billion years ago, they were already on the move, driven by the slow but relentless churn of Earth's mantle. This colossal dance would, over the next few 100 million years, culminate in the assembly of a supercontinent known as Rodinia. It wasn't an overnight event, but a gradual, majestic coming together, a slow-motion collision of land masses that profoundly reshaped the planet's geography, its climate, and ultimately, the very course of life. The idea of supercontinents, these immense land masses that periodically form and break apart over hundreds of millions of years, is one of the cornerstones of our understanding of Earth's deep history. This cycle, known as the Supercontinent Cycle, is driven by plate tectonics, the the movement of the large plates that make up Earth's outer shell. Just before Rodinia, there was an older supercontinent, sometimes called Columbia or Nuna, which had already begun to pull apart, setting the stage for the next grand assembly. What we're talking about when we discuss Rodinia's formation is a process that intensified significantly after the 1 billion year mark, with its peak assembly occurring roughly between 1 billion and 750 million years ago. During this period, the various continental fragments, which had been drifting independently or as smaller land masses, started to converge. The most significant piece of Rodinia was Laurentia, the ancient core of North America, which played a central role in the supercontinent's architecture. Other major landmasses, like Baltica, which would eventually become Northern Europe, Siberia, Amazonia, part of South America, West Africa, and Proto-Australia and East Antarctica, gradually stitched themselves together through immense geological forces. This wasn't a gentle joining. It involved massive continental collisions, immense mountain-building events known as orogenies, and the relentless subduction of oceanic crust beneath the continental edges. Imagine the Himalayas forming, but on a global scale, repeated many times over, as entire continents crumpled and buckled against each other. The Grenville Orogeny, a truly massive mountain-building event, provides clear evidence of these collisions, with its remnants visible today across eastern North America and other parts of the world, marking the sutures where ancient land masses were welded together. The assembly of Rodinia had profound consequences. Geographically, it meant that a huge proportion of Earth's land mass was concentrated in a single, enormous continent, likely straddling or centered near the equator. This arrangement would have dramatically altered ocean circulation patterns, creating vast, potentially stagnant ocean basins around its periphery. The climate would have been affected too. A large landmass in the tropics would have experienced intense continental climates, with significant temperature extremes between its interior and its coasts. The weathering of the newly uplifted mountains, exposed to the elements, would have drawn down atmospheric carbon dioxide, potentially leading to a long-term cooling trend that, in later eons, contributed to the series of snowball Earth glaciations that encased the planet in ice. This period of supercontinent formation was not just about shuffling land. It was about fundamentally reshaping the planet's physical systems, laying down the geological framework for the eons to come. The slow, almost imperceptible grind of tectonic plates over hundreds of millions of years was performing an act of planetary architecture, preparing the stage for an entirely new chapter in life's story. Concurrently, and perhaps influenced by these massive geological shifts, life itself was undergoing its own slow revolution. 1 billion years ago, Earth was still very much a microbial planet. The oceans were teeming with single-celled organisms, bacteria, archaea, and the newly emerged, but still relatively simple, single-celled eukaryotes. These eukaryotes, with their more complex internal structures, were the ancestors of everything from algae to fungi to animals, but they were still very much in their infancy. The first steps toward animals during this period were incredibly subtle, almost imperceptible to the casual observer of deep time. We are not talking about recognizable creatures swimming in the seas, but rather the very earliest genetic and cellular innovations that would eventually lead to multicellularity and the differentiation of cells into specialized tissues. The biggest hurdle for complex life, particularly animal life, was oxygen. While the Great Oxidation Event, a massive rise in atmospheric oxygen, had occurred more than 1 billion years before, oxygen levels had not yet reached the thresholds necessary to support large, energy-intensive organisms. Scientists often refer to the period between roughly 1.8 billion and 800 million years ago as the boring billion, not because nothing happened, but because the rate of change, particularly in terms of biological diversification and atmospheric oxygenation, appeared to slow significantly. However, this period was anything but boring in terms of setting the stage. It was a time of quiet preparation, of genetic experimentation at the microbial level. During this time, single-celled eukaryotes were diversifying and developing new capabilities. Some began to form simple colonies, where individual cells clustered together. This was not yet true multicellularity with specialized cell types, but it was a crucial precursor. Think of it like a group of single workers deciding to stick together for a common goal rather than working alone. These colonial organisms might have gained advantages like better access to nutrients or protection from predators. The ability of cells to stick together, communicate with each other, and eventually specialize their functions was a monumental evolutionary leap. It required the development of new genes and proteins that controlled cell adhesion, signaling, and differentiation. These fundamental building blocks were being honed in the microbial world of 1 billion years ago. While direct fossil evidence for these earliest animal precursors is incredibly sparse and often ambiguous, scientists infer their existence from genetic studies of modern animals and their closest living relatives, such as chionoflagellates, which are single-celled protists that bear a striking resemblance to the chionocytes, collar cells, found in sponges, some of the simplest animals. It is thought that these chionoflagellate-like ancestors living in the oceans of the Proterozoic eon began to form colonies and eventually evolved into the first true multicellular organisms. The development of a body plan, however rudimentary, that allowed for different cells to perform different functions was a truly groundbreaking innovation. This wasn't about the development of legs or eyes, but about the much more fundamental organization of cells into a coherent, larger structure capable of more complex interactions with its environment. The very first steps towards what we recognize as animals involved billions of years of microbial evolution, refining the cellular machinery and genetic toolkit that would eventually be repurposed for multicellularity and complex life. The slow grind of evolution during the boring billion was, in retrospect, anything but boring. It was the fundamental period of invention that enabled the spectacular diversification that would follow. These biological innovations, however slow, were intimately linked to fundamental shifts in Earth's atmosphere and oceans. 1 billion years ago, the atmosphere was not yet like today's, but it was certainly richer in oxygen than during the earliest days of Earth. The Great Oxidation Event had provided a significant initial pulse, but oxygen levels then seemed to stabilize, perhaps reaching levels of a few % of modern atmospheric oxygen. This was enough to support the metabolic needs of single-celled eukaryotes, but was likely insufficient for the energy demands of large active animals. The boring billion period is often characterized by a relative stagnation in atmospheric oxygen levels, a kind of holding pattern where oxygen produced by photosynthesizers like cyanobacteria was largely consumed by the weathering of rocks and the oxidation of iron and sulfur in the oceans. The oceans themselves were also very different. While the surface waters might have been relatively oxygenated due to contact with the atmosphere, the deep oceans were likely largely anoxic, meaning they lacked oxygen. Furthermore, many parts of the deep ocean may have been euxinic, characterized by the presence of hydrogen sulfide, a toxic gas. These anoxic and euxinic conditions were sustained by the limited supply of oxygen and the high rates of microbial decomposition in the deep waters. The presence of large amounts of iron and sulfur in the ancient oceans, which would react with any available oxygen, contributed to this stratification. This chemical stratification, with oxygenated surface waters and anoxic, often sulfidic, deep waters, would have profoundly influenced the types of life that could thrive in different parts of the ocean. Life was confined to the surface and shallow waters, or adapted to live in low oxygen environments. The formation of Rodinia played a crucial role in these oceanic and atmospheric shifts. A supercontinent, particularly one centered near the equator, would have significantly altered global ocean circulation patterns. Imagine immense stretches of ocean, cut off from vigorous circulation, becoming vast, stagnant pools. These stagnant basins could have become hotbeds for anoxia and euxinia, trapping nutrients and creating conditions less favorable for the widespread diversification of aerobic life. The weathering of the massive mountain ranges formed during Rodinia's assembly would have also impacted atmospheric carbon dioxide levels. Increased weathering of silicate rocks consumes carbon dioxide, leading to a reduction in atmospheric greenhouse gases and a cooling trend. This long-term cooling, over hundreds of millions of years, would set the stage for the extreme glaciations of the Neoproterozoic era, the snowball Earth events that occurred after Rodinia had formed and begun to break apart. The interplay between geology, ocean chemistry, and atmospheric composition was a complex dance. The slow accumulation of oxygen was a testament to the ongoing photosynthesis of microbial life, but its rate was constrained by geological and chemical factors. The changing configuration of continents, the opening and closing of ocean basins, and the uplift and erosion of mountains all exerted control over Earth's climate and the distribution of oxygen and nutrients in the oceans. 1 billion years ago, Earth was a system slowly building towards a critical threshold. The stage was being meticulously prepared. The continents were assembling into a massive landmass. The oxygen levels were gradually inching upwards, and life was quietly experimenting with multicellularity. These were not rapid, dramatic shifts, but the slow, patient work of deep time, laying down the foundation for the explosion of complex life that would eventually transform the planet. The seemingly stagnant, boring billion was, in fact, a period of immense underlying preparation, a slow burn that eventually led to the dramatic ignition of the Ediacaran and Cambrian explosions, fundamentally changing the trajectory of life on Earth forever. Peering back 1 billion years into Earth's past is like looking at a photograph of a world both familiar and utterly alien. It was a planet in its middle age, having already experienced billions of years of cosmic and geological evolution, yet still eons away from the emergence of complex, macroscopic life as we know it. The snapshot reveals a world dominated by microbes, where the land was barren, silent, and stark, and the oceans, though teeming with life, were chemically stratified and often low in the oxygen that complex animals would later require. The very air we breathe was a different composition, and the continents were on a journey, slowly converging towards a supercontinent that would profoundly reshape the planet. It was a time of quiet, yet immense, preparation, a planetary stage being meticulously set for the grand evolutionary drama that was yet to unfold. The key ideas that emerge from this ancient snapshot revolve around the deep interconnectedness of Earth's systems. 1 billion years ago, the planet was undergoing a slow, stately process of supercontinent assembly, forming Rodinia, a colossal landmass that would dominate Earth's geography for hundreds of millions of years. This tectonic rearrangement wasn't just about shifting land. It profoundly influenced ocean circulation, leading to vast, potentially stagnant ocean basins, and likely affected global climate by altering weathering patterns and atmospheric carbon dioxide levels. Simultaneously, life, still largely confined to the microbial realm, was undergoing its own incremental evolution. The boring billion, as some scientists refer to this period, was not a time of stasis, but rather a period of crucial, underlying innovation. Single-celled eukaryotes were diversifying, experimenting with colonial forms, and developing the cellular machinery and genetic toolkit that would eventually enable the leap to true multicellularity. These were the very first, incredibly subtle steps toward the emergence of animals, laying the groundwork long before any recognizable creature swam in the seas. All of this was occurring against a backdrop of gradually shifting atmospheric and oceanic conditions. While oxygen had risen significantly during the Great Oxidation event much earlier, its accumulation and distribution remained a critical limiting factor for the widespread development of large, energy-intensive life forms. The oceans were often anoxic and euxinic in their depths, creating chemical barriers for early life and dictating where organisms could thrive. These three intertwined narratives, the geological dance of continents, the slow march of biological innovation, and the subtle shifts in planetary chemistry, define the picture of Earth 1 billion years ago, a world poised on the brink of its next great transformation. Despite the incredible progress in deciphering Earth's ancient past, there remains a vast ocean of we don't know when it comes to this distant epoch. One of the most fundamental unknowns concerns the precise trajectory of atmospheric oxygen levels during the boring billion. While we know oxygen was present and slowly accumulating, the exact concentrations and the specific thresholds required to spark the evolution of complex animals are still debated. Was it simply a matter of having enough oxygen? Or was it also about its sustained availability and distribution throughout the oceans? The precise timing and sequence of events during Rodinia's assembly and breakup also hold uncertainties. While paleomagnetic data and geological correlations provide a general outline, the exact fit of all the continental pieces and the detailed choreography of their collisions and rifting are still subjects of active research. The supercontinent cycle is understood in broad strokes, but the specifics of each iteration remain elusive, particularly for something as ancient as Rodinia. Perhaps the biggest mystery revolves around the trigger for complex multicellularity and the delayed appearance of animals. If the cellular machinery for multicellularity was present and being refined, why did it take so long for large, complex animal forms to emerge? Was it solely an environmental bottleneck, perhaps insufficient oxygen or nutrient limitation in the oceans? Or were there crucial genetic innovations that had to accumulate before this leap could occur? The fossil record for this period is incredibly sparse and ambiguous, leaving scientists to piece together clues from trace fossils, microbial mats, and genetic studies of modern organisms. The true nature of the very earliest animals or animal-like forms is still a subject of intense speculation, with few definitive answers. Furthermore, the extent and variation of ocean anoxia and euxinia across different ocean basins and through time are not fully understood. How did these chemical conditions influence the availability of key nutrients and the evolution of life? Were there regional variations that allowed pockets of more complex life to develop earlier than others? The detailed interplay between climate change, tectonic activity, and biological evolution during Rodinia's reign, particularly in the lead-up to the dramatic glaciations that would follow, remains an area of ongoing investigation. The answers to these unknowns are not easily yielded, requiring ingenious approaches to interpret the faint whispers from a billion-year-old past. Yet, despite these unknowns, understanding what Earth looked like 1 billion years ago and how it began to change matters profoundly. First and foremost, it matters because it is the story of our origins. This seemingly desolate and microbial world was the crucible in which the fundamental processes that led to our own existence were forged. The slow, patient evolution of cellular complexity, the gradual accumulation of oxygen, and the monumental reshuffling of continents were all prerequisites for the eventual blossoming of complex life, including the lineage that would one day lead to humanity. Studying this period helps us appreciate the incredible resilience and adaptability of life, even in seemingly harsh or limiting environments. It highlights the deep time perspective, a humbling realization that our planet's history spans timescales that are almost incomprehensible, and that the changes we observe today are but fleeting moments in an ongoing, colossal process. Furthermore, this deep dive into Earth's past offers crucial insights into the very nature of planetary habitability. What were the specific environmental conditions, the precise chemical and physical parameters that allowed life to not just survive, but to eventually flourish and diversify into myriad forms? By understanding the long, slow process of Earth becoming truly habitable for complex life, we gain a framework for assessing the potential for life on exoplanets, searching for the telltale signs of similar, deep time processes at work across the cosmos. It allows us to consider how truly unique Earth's journey has been. The study of this ancient epoch also exemplifies the very essence of the scientific process itself. Scientists piece together fragmented evidence, from ancient rocks and isotopic signatures to the genetic codes of living organisms, to construct a coherent narrative of a world that existed eons before our species even dreamed of walking its surface. It showcases the iterative nature of scientific inquiry, where hypotheses are constantly refined, new evidence is sought, and our understanding of the past is continually deepened. Ultimately, exploring Earth 1 billion years ago is an exercise in profound wonder. It reminds us that our planet is a dynamic, ever-changing entity, a complex interplay of geological, atmospheric, oceanic, and biological forces that have shaped and reshaped it over vast stretches of time. It's a testament to the power of deep time, a story that continues to unfold, leaving us with both answers and tantalizing questions about the remarkable journey of our home planet.